Good morning, everyone. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live on this Monday morning. Beginning the week of rollover here for equity indexes. Joining us in studio is our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart.
Good morning, all.
And thanks to PAX announcing it last week, we have our macro strategist here, Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning, guys.
Officially welcome to the team. I know PAX, you tell him something, he likes to make big announcements. I don't know if I told him anything this weekend. We'll see what he says, but he will be joining us this morning here. As we have Tanya back from vacation, so Tanya will be trading the regular trading hours open. Pax will be on with us. We also have Stephanie Link, who's on CNBC for a long time, and so we'll have her joining us. I'm excited about that.
So, great lineup this morning. Looking forward to it.
Yeah. So let's go over the markets again. Like I mentioned, we've got rollover. You've already got the bond market that's moved into December. Gold is into December. I might as well go over all of them. Crude is in the October contract, but currencies will be rolling this week. So the 6E, 6J, 6S, all of them are rolling this week, and then you have equity indexes, which will roll next week officially on Monday. We'll move over to the D's contract. So it's hard to believe we're December already.
Crude rolls next week too.
Crude rolls next week too. So you have a market that comes in somewhat bid overnight. We got S&P up 12 points. You got NASDAQ up 82. The Russell's up nearly 5. Dow's up nearly 50. Overnight energy is up. We'll get to Shy about that. 2% across heating oil, crude, and natural gas. Crude's up $1.35. Natural gas is up 62 cents. And heating oil is up 59 ticks. And then you've got gold this morning up about $6. Continues to be bid. Copper bid this morning.
Everything's bid.
Everything's kind of bid here. Silver's up 31 ticks. Platinum's up 18. So metals remain in favor here. Bond market, you got 30 years up 6. You got the front end of the curve is up small, but nonetheless it's up. 10-year yield this morning comes in at 4.08. Wonder if we see a 3 handle on that soon. Probably. Could be happening. And dollar relatively flat against currencies. So that's what we're looking at coming in to this morning here on Monday morning. Good morning, chat. Of course, hopefully you're all doing well and rested after the weekend. Shai, hit us up with some more news that came out.
All right. So in news today, the big headlines were stock market's worst month historically may be rescued by the Fed. So generally September is a weak month for the index markets, but it looks like the Fed might change that. We'll
save us.
Might save us. We'll see. So we have U.S. mulling annual China chip supply permits for Samsung. What happened is we kind of shut down their permits, and now we are allowing them to sell chips again, but this time they're going to have to get approval from Washington a year ahead and exact quantities, and they'll either be approved or not approved. So it adds a little more complexity into getting chips over there, but they will be able to sell them to China. We also have, we did have Hassett this weekend say the Fed needs to be fully independent, including from Trump. He may be out of the running after that one, so we'll see. Also notable, the yen fell overnight, so did JGBs, after the Prime Minister Ishiba said he intends to step down this weekend. So that is the weakest currency against the dollar so far. As far as roll is concerned, we have AppLovin, Robinhood, and MCore will join the S&P 500, replacing Market Access, Caesars, and Enphase, and that will be effective on September 22nd. Then we also have on Tuesday, just a reminder, we have the Big Apple event, and we have the BLS preliminary benchmark revision. That is supposed to show a job loss of 800,000. A revision down of 800,000 jobs. So we will see how that turns out, but that is the consensus for that one.
Can he fire anyone else? I mean, where are we looking if that comes in really bad? It could be interesting.
We'll see. And then, because we know that you are long small caps, RTY, just notable that Goldman Constant says that the U.S. stock market rally is set to extend to small caps. So there you go, little justification from GS there.
I mean, it's nice to see they're getting up to speed with everything that we're doing here on NinjaTrader Live. I mean, look, we know that we make a big impact. Thank you, Goldman, for bid them up a little bit. I don't know. Well, is it up? Is it up on? Yeah, it's up $4 this morning. Craig, what caught your attention this weekend?
Well, the one asset that's not up this morning, volatility. I mean, another coming into the week, vols being sold down again. We had a little bit of vol moving up last week with the bond volatility and FX vol and gold vol, and even on Friday with equity vol, and kind of walk in Monday morning and it's all gone again. And so we talked a lot last week about this. Is good news good news? Is bad news good news, or is bad news bad news? It looked for about 30 minutes last week that bad news might have been bad news, and by the end of the day, markets kind of arrested all the declines from the payroll miss, and we walk in this morning and futures are up again. We'll see what happens, when trading starts. But quiet weekend, kind of broadly speaking. Late on Friday, Trump mentioned that there's only 3 candidates really left for Fed chair: Hassett, Warsh, and Waller. Maybe Hassett's out. Maybe it's down to 2. But big data week coming up again this week. With the job revisions tomorrow, which Bessent kind of previewed over the weekend and said that BLS is looking for 800,000 less jobs. That's, I believe, through March of 2025. So it really encompasses most of the last 6 months of the Biden administration. So a lot of blame is going to be sent at the old administration, how weak the economy was that Trump received when he came in. So a good scapegoat for the administration. And then as we push through the week, it's inflation data, right? We get the PPI on Wednesday, we get the CPI on Thursday, and that will really set the tone for the speed with which the Fed can start easing next week when they meet on Wednesday. 25 basis point cut seems to be very much locked in. If we got an incredibly cold CPI print on the back of these massively negative revisions, I think the market's going to try to push the odds of 50 basis points for September up a little bit. So we'll keep an eye on that. If it's a hot inflation print, which I think is more expected than not, we'll have to see how markets react to the pace of cutting. Right now, 68 basis points priced in for the full year this year. So between, a little bit, very close to a cut in every meeting. A hot print may move that back, and they may have to start taking some of the odds out of October. And that could be something that, pauses this rally. But right now, as you've pointed out, if we're not going down, we're going up.
Man, I keep it really that simple.
Yeah, I think it'll be really interesting to see who dissents on the 1 rate cut and wanted 2 rate cuts this FOMC. So that will be something to watch. Also, on the good news front, it is FOMC blackout. So we hear from no central bankers this week.
Perfect. I think you're right, though, Craig. I mean, that's when we look at this week, what I get interested in is the CPI, PPI situation where right now the bond market, I put this in my note, you want to keep an eye on what's happening within the bond market because I don't see a major catalyst for bonds to explode much more than they already have. I mean, they're up again this morning, but I think ultimately they're still range bound. And we've talked about this. I think if the bond market is relatively range bound, which I think it is, right? It tried to accelerate lower. Obviously, we've done a complete 180 of what that even looks like now. And now it's the likelihood of a sell-off in bonds has just been, kind of put totally to the wayside. But, a hot CPI or PPI, more likely the CPI is the one we're going to watch. At least caps the rally. And again, I think that's bullish for equities. And I think, again, as long as that number comes relatively in line, we'll follow in that later in the week. Again, it's why I kind of like small caps as well. I mean, unless that number comes in really hot, our bonds are really going to retrace that upward move that they just had. I just think that we're probably now, we'll have to wait to see what CPI does, but I think that we're in this position where, again, you have seasonality coming in. Everyone's getting bearish equities. And the fact that the jobs number is, you said slowly slowing, you could almost remove slowly now, right? I mean, that's probably the case. You put that tweet out this weekend. Rate cuts are coming. And for now, the market, I think because of where we are in this bull cycle, the bulls still like it. They're still going to run with it. remember the bulls traders out there. Look, we all know the bulls never give up that easily, and they don't give up until the very, very end. And so they're going to push and turn this thing as much as they can. At least from my experience, I'm speaking more experience analyst, instead of looking at a crystal ball here. But again, bull markets just don't give up that easily. And I think that unless there's something really jarring, going back to what you said originally this morning, the first thing you said, vol's down. Everyone's looking for a pullback. We kind of had one already. We've had a couple really that have been like where they just been bought so easily that it's like, again, as we said, if we can't go down, we go up.
Yeah. No, I think the market likes to know that it has support, whether it's from the administration or from the Fed. And so right now you have a slowing economy and the Fed's going to cut interest rates. If it becomes the case that the economy is slowing more rapidly and the Fed is going to be slow, that's a concern from the market. But if we don't know that yet, right?
Yeah.
So what would determine that would be a very hot inflation print. Then people might think, oh no, if the economy does get worse, the Fed might not be able to react. That's a concerning point for me. But if inflation is tame and we have a slowing economy, vol stays compressed, the administration likes a bull market, traders like a bull market, and so that's probably what we're going to continue to see, particularly in this kind of seasonally weaker period where people aren't, fundamental guys aren't necessarily fully invested here. We know CTAs are in, vol control, systematic flows. We know that flows in, but retail institutional funds largely been on the sidelines. Nets are really only in the 50 percentile. So if we start to get confirmation that the Fed is there and the economy is not that bad and inflation is not running away to the upside, that could be the catalyst for re-engagement from the institutional community.
So a lot comes down to this inflation number. What are you going to say?
Yeah, we also, since we were talking about the VIX really quickly on Friday, we do still have the VIX call roll kind of keeping a crash hedge on because we had September 35 calls on Friday rolled into October 35 calls and to the tune of 178,000 lots. So there is still a crash hedge kind of on the market.
Because it's cheap, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it comes down
That's right.
to.
And look, we're not out of the woods yet, right? I mean,
sure.
it's and with, again, a lot of data this week, and on the international front, there's a French, parliamentary election tonight, which is going to lead to some geopolitical strain. Japan had its prime minister issue. UK has its issues, and that's all about, excuse me, budget deficit expansion, right? All these governments are going to be expanding their budget deficits, over the next several years. That's pressuring the long end of bond market. So normally what we would see in a slowing economy is long end yields kind of moving materially lower. We're seeing it in the front of the curve. 10s are rallying too. God, I sound like Tracy this morning. Sorry, but the global long ends are much weaker than we normally would see. And if we start to get more of that pressure, we have a 10-year auction this week. We have a 30-year auction this week. So still a lot of wood to chop.
Shai, talk to us about why energy is up 2%.
So we have energy up
Crude
2%. What happened is the OPEC Plus members met. They did add 137,000 barrels per day. That said, really only 70 of those are actual viable barrels because everybody's tapped out except for Saudi Arabia and UAE. They're the only ones with spare capacity left. So that's really only 70. That's since the market was prepared for this huge tapering of cuts. This is kind of very minor on that end, coupled with the fact that even with this 2.2 million taper that they have added back into the market, they're still not producing at their ceiling. You have to remember this is a ceiling that they can produce to. That doesn't mean they can or will produce that much. So even though your ceiling is lifted, if you don't have the capacity to produce that much, then you're not going to be able to do so. And this is what's happening with a lot of these countries in the group of 8. And so really that only leaves Saudi Arabia and UAE left that can add barrels to the market because of their spare capacity. And so I think that, markets are rallying on that. It wasn't as bad as they thought it was going to be. And I think the reality of the situation is coming in that these countries just can't really produce that much more.
Yeah. You know what's interesting about oil, and we've talked about this how many times? If you look at the chart, every time it tries to get a little bit away from moving averages, gets away from the mean, so a headline pulls it back in. I can't remember a time where I've seen crude oil this consolidated, where every time it tries to get a little bit outside its range, it gets pulled right back in. Got to be, for me, one of the worst markets right now for day traders because, I mean, or the best. If you're a mean reversion trader, you got to love it. But it is like it's like it tries to trend lower and break. It can't. Then it breaks. It tries to break out higher, and then it can't. It keeps, it's the Godfather. They pull me back
It's
in.
very coiled. So, I think once it makes a move, it's going to make a move. I tend to believe it's to the upside because of
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Because you would have production offline. You would have a huge problem. And I do think if you look at commodities, they're all starting to break out a little bit in as far as if you take like the Bloomberg Commodity Index, compare it to like the S&P, you're starting to see that break out. And so we'll see what happens, but it looks like we are poised to see commodities in general move higher.
It could be, dollar weakness, right? Adding to that as well. Dollar can also get bid, and then that kind of helps, what's going to happen.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
It also looks like the Trump administration is trying to push Europe to really move forward with, Russian sanctions, further Russian sanctions on, eliminating the purchase of energy. And we know if they go into secondary sanctions they've already done it on India. If they actually did it on China too, that could be something that elevates the crude market. We also have, the U.S. Navy is bombing ships in Venezuela. I don't exactly know everything that's going on there, but if we get more production cuts out of it. So it would seem like, some sort of Russia's also flying missiles into Kyiv. So the geopolitical stuff is not out of the woods. Maybe that's the catalyst that, that pushes oil higher here. But from a, demand perspective, amidst some of the slowing that we've been seeing in the U.S. and globally, it's struggling to break out because I think demand is softish and we have this overhead supply. And so, yeah, it's lagged the other dollar commodity sensitive, names. But if we get some of that geopolitical stuff, maybe that's what can shake it.
Yeah.
And I think the overall, there is still a little bit of risk in this market today also, because if over the weekend, there were some subsea cables that were ruined for Microsoft. And so they did have in the Red Sea, they had cables cut. They didn't say, they still can't figure out how it happened, but there were some subsea cables cut, and their Azure services were knocked out for a little bit in different parts of the world, particularly Africa and the Middle East. And there was some latency here, but they did have disruption of traffic through the Red Sea. As we know, oil's still flowing through there, even though at a reduced pace, since the Houthis are bombing vessels there still.
Yeah, I mean, the ebbs and flows in the oil market, keeping it contained. Great hearing from you guys, kind of like why we've been so range bound in it.
Yeah, well, and I think that it's not a bad thing. Having stable,
I think it's a good thing.
Oil prices is good for the economy. It's not a bad thing.
Exactly.
It's just not exciting for traders.
No, it isn't. Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
it's that vol suppression, right? It's the oil market's kind of range bound. Keeps geopolitical stuff is range bound. So we have this vol suppression that's keeping equities bid. It's not allowing interest rates to move. That's more vol suppression. The administration's keeping vol suppressed. The Fed's going to keep vol suppressed, and as long as vol suppressed, systematic and quant-related strategies can lever up and continue to kind of plow in. That keeps that underlying bid and momentum in the market, and so that I think that we continue to see that.
Exactly. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like, if we can't go down, we go up. I mean, just because this environment, I always look at things and say, what's the theme, right? And I like to look at the tape when the market is doing something that we think it probably has an opportunity to do, or maybe should extend a little bit, like the sell-off that we had. Just what was it, the minor sell-off we had in S&P and Nasdaq? I looked at this and go, man, we've been bid for a while. They probably should try and take this and poke this a little bit lower. They couldn't, right? Bond market again gets lower, gets weaker, breaks out a monthly low on the first day of the month of September. bang, it does a complete 180, which tells me that that market now is like, it's kind of stuck there because either you were short into it and got out and covered, or now it's like, what are you going to do up here? You're going to start buying 30-year bonds at the top of the range. It's just a tough market. So then everything gets compressed. And again, when you look at equities, I look at them and go, yeah, they're not really going up with any sort of velocity, but it's just like every day you wake up and it's like 64.50, 64.80, 6,500. They will you to sleep. And next thing you know, they're 200 higher. Yep. And that's the hardest thing, I think, for day traders to come in and understand this environment. And hopefully each and every morning, the three of us can help them understand the macro landscape so you don't have to put a ton of thought to it. And again, I look at it always very simply. Are we going up or are we going down? And again, I'm putting my money where my mouth is. I've been building a swing position in the Russell really because, number one, technically it's the one that's got the most potential for the upside with the least amount of risk. It's really, again, that's that simple. If Russell could hold, I was looking 2,300, high 2290s, it's like we probably go to 2,500. And that's why on weakness I've been buying it. I've been buying meme coins too, so maybe hold my opinion with a grain of salt. I bought dog this weekend. I
Dog. I don't
mean,
even know what you're talking about.
I know. Well, we got Raul Powell later this week. I'm going to tell him, and I'm going to tell Stephanie Link too. I'm going to go, Stephanie, I'm along the Russell and meme coins. It's a cry. If I blink a lot, it's a cry for help here. Help me out here. One thing we didn't talk about this morning is gold. So gold, again, you guys have both been making the case for gold. Shy, obviously, every day since we've been on this show. Shy's been pounding the table. Gold, platinum at 800. She's telling me to buy it. I kind of listened. I screwed that up, though, Shy. I'm sorry. But metals continue to lead higher. Talk to us about where they are in this market environment.
Yeah, I mean, gold's, we've been talking about it, and it checks off a lot of boxes. And with the confirmation of the slowing economy, and the kickoff of the Fed's rate cutting cycle, and dollar weakness, gold, found another reason to explode higher on Friday. And hard to find bearish arguments, except it's overbought. We haven't been here before, and so it's hard to find bears at this point. So keeping an eye on that from a sentiment perspective, but from an inflation hedge, from a central bank credibility hedge, for a variety of reasons. And volatility in gold hasn't really spiked. It started to move a little bit last week, but we haven't seen kind of this chase for upside yet. So I don't know, still like it, still makes a lot of sense. And I think people are continuing to get on board.
Yeah, I mean, you look at market environments that are conducive to your strategies. If you like trending, gold has been the best market all year long. Platinum, I think, also very much as well. Silver's playing that. Silver's almost at $42.
Yeah,
I mean, these markets are trending.
Has finally broken out, right? We were sideways for a bit, but we also know that silver lags gold. So, and generally when it spikes with much more veracity than gold does. So, we could see much higher silver prices than I think we could even break that $50 peak that we saw back in the 80s and 2011.
Yeesh. And I'm looking at the COT data in gold. I mean, it's still not even the most long they've been in a while. You've got speculators. Man, that's crazy. It's been relatively steady, but specs aren't even near
in.
I mean, yeah, they're not even there yet. I mean, and you still have more shorts building up in commercials than you've had really in a while. It's the most short since March of 21. And so again, it's like, it's not like this market is going in and where you're like, oh gosh, I like to look at COT data, especially on a market like that. It's not overbought by that.
Yeah. I mean, this has been driven by Asian buying. I mean, I think China again, announced another monthly increase in their tonnage. It's becoming a larger part of global central bank reserve assets as they shift away from ownership of treasuries into gold. So just kind of this consistent, steady bid from overseas players. Dealing with the Trump administration and trade, just another reason to maybe remove some capital out of the U.S. and out of treasuries. And what do you store it in? Store it in gold. So that's just been this underlying, bid for years, or for the last couple of years. And the U.S. player, to your point, it just hasn't. It's lagged. It's right. And there's been other things, right? If you're in the U.S., you could buy tech, you could buy a lot of other things. You haven't had to buy gold, but a U.S.-led story or a U.S.-supported story here, I think, as the economy slows, is going to add another leg to this.
Yeah. I want to say good morning to the chat. Good morning, chat. Wow, we've got a good amount of people in here already. We've got Engineer Bear, Cooper, Paulie, Adam, Melvin Trades, Nunez, My Serona, Thomas Millett, Larry Pumpkin, Miscellaneous H, Joakim Erickson, Raleigh, Marcello Lima Trader, Dr. Serena Reap. We've got Emilio Rodriguez. We've got Alfonso in here. We've got JT Radio, Infinity Works, Phil Easley. It's my boy Rob. RM, TT Breezy. We got Greg. 2K Ticks. We've got Hey Jude. We've got Mark. We've got Jamie. We've got, let's see who else is some of the. We got Fractal Firmament. My guy's always in here. We've got Spider. We've got tons of people. Phoenix, Samuel, Chris, Drunk Radish. That's a good one. Drunk Radish.
He's been in there.
Mr. Whiskers, David, Jacob Brooks, and SG. Hit the like button. We're getting near 150K. One of the things that we're going to be giving away, we're talking with all of the content creators that are coming on here. We're going to be doing special giveaways with all of the different groups. But one thing we know for sure, we're giving away Ferragamos, baby. We're giving away Ferragamos on Pax's show. So make sure you hit the like and subscribe button. Get us to 150K. The sooner we get there, the sooner we get to see somebody wear Ferragamos, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Also, just have a lot of things coming up for NinjaTrader Live as we get into Q4. Things are just getting started. Jimmy, right now, we miss you, buddy. If you're watching in Italy, he can't be watching at this time. So Italy's.
I don't know. He was texting me at like 5 a.m. our time.
He's for sure. He's taking a nap right now, guaranteed. He's taking a nap. So again, thank you, everybody. We've got really a huge week. Shai, talk about our guest today and give the lineup for the week because it's kind of
big.
Deal.
So today we have Stephanie Link. She is Chief Investment Strategist and Head of Investment Solutions and Portfolio Manager at Hightower Advisors, and she is been on CNBC for a long time. She's a CNBC contributor, so you might recognize her name from there. Very excited to speak with her about the markets this morning. And then tomorrow we have Brent Johnson. On Wednesday we have Pippa Malgrim. Amazing. And then on Thursday we have Raoul Pal. So.
Yeah, all great guests. Really, really excited about it. Like I said, Stephanie today, going to be talking to her about just the overall landscape, mostly going to be equities. We've got a whole slew of people to talk about. Of course, with Raul, we have to talk crypto with him and see what his take on where we are right now. Like I said, I bought dog this weekend. I mean, I'm telling you, I'm slowly building a position.
I don't know. You just seem really happy about that.
I'm getting. You know what? You remember how I got into the NFTs?
Yes.
How weird that was?
Yes.
I owned $150,000 worth of racehorses on Ethereum at one point in time. It was probably even more than that. It was crazy. Me and Tom Canfield, Canny, a lot of people remember him. He calls me. He's like, hey, we should start buying some of these horses. He's talking about it. His son-in-law was getting involved, and he's like, and then we're looking at it. We're like, this is cool. Next thing you know, he and I are spending $25K at a crack. We're buying horses. Like, all of a sudden, I'm looking at his portfolio. I'm going, whoa. I had slowly got my way out of that. I made money, though, by the way. I squeaked out of that one. It was dangerous. But now I'm building a position in meme coins. Yeah.
That's great.
That's exactly. I own that in Russell. I mean, what is going on right now? I don't know what's happening here. I used to be all about S&P. Now I'm getting other stuff. But a minute and a half, Craig, before we go to Stephanie, our guest this morning. Any final thoughts for the week?
Two things noticing. One, in the NinjaTrader market poll, again, bullish 47%, bearish down to 18%, neutral at 35%, a little over 200 votes there. So it's kind of set up similar to how we were on Friday. So we'll see if that bullishness holds. The second thing, watch the 65.05 level in cash. That's the level where JP Morgan's hedged equity strategy has massive call position for the end of the quarter.
Yep.
So, that's something that right now they're short the calls. Dealers are long. The collar. Dealers are long the call. So as we move higher, dealers are going to be forced to kind of sell futures against that, kind of capping upside over 65.05. So that's leading to some of this dispersion, right? If we can't really break through 65.05, but money's flowing in, that's where you can get some of that Russell kind of outperformance, right? It's like S&P's cap. I still want to get. That'd be the only bullish thing I'm going to give you on that Russell outperformance is that some of that rotation can't get S&Ps up, want to put money in, kind of we see some of the laggards really move up. Fundamentally, I'm not there, but I'll concede that point.
Well, when I see that bid, I'll be scaling.
And that's 65.05 in SPX, not ES, just for traders.
But again, that's what the futures are for. They're going to use it to hedge against their positions as usual, especially gets into a dicey roll.
And that's for September 30th, their position. Yeah.
Got it. All right, Craig. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
All right. I know chat's checking their set, calling me a degen. Am I okay, Deli? I'm everything's fine.
Everything's fine. I'm fine.
I can't help it. So, I can't, I'm not buying NASDAQ up here. Why would it, we'll get into that in a whole nother thing. But anyway, quick preview of our guests, and then we'll bring in Stephanie.
Again, we have Stephanie Link. She is the Chief Investment Strategist, Head of Investment Solutions, and Portfolio Manager at Hightower Advisors, and, of course, CNBC contributor. I'm sure everybody has seen her there.
Yeah. All right. Let's bring Stephanie in.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm in California, so it's a little early, but happy to be here. Thanks for inviting me.
Well, it's great to have you here. Been watching you for years on television. Thanks for joining us here on YouTube. It's more fun on YouTube, Stephanie, just so you know. It's way more fun here.
I've been listening to you. I think I've laughed more in the last 20 minutes than I have in a while.
Well, it's thank you. And she's probably thinking Anthony's kind of crazy, but that's okay. So let's start off with the Russell then, because I've been building a position in it. I know, I'm a swing trader. We're a lot of short-term traders here. So I've been building a position in the Russell 2000. I've talked about my reasons. You've heard it. Chat's heard it. What are your thoughts on small caps right now?
Well, I think it's small caps. I think it's cyclicals. They're kind of the same trade, if you will. And I think a lot of that is because the economy continues to be pretty darn good, right? I mean, it's running about 2.5%, 3%. If you think about all the moving parts, the consumer actually has remained pretty resilient. If you think about, I know we can talk about the job and the labor market and that sort of thing and the non-farm payrolls from Friday, but I would say that I look at the weekly jobless claims, and the weekly jobless claims are still pretty healthy. Are we slowing? Yes. Are we collapsing? No. And at the same time, if you look at income and you look at wages are running at about 5% annualized growth, which is pretty good. Inflation is coming down. It's still sticky. I get it. However, I think the consumer continues to be pretty resilient. Look at the retail sales numbers and their spending. And you look at the ISMs and the PMIs in terms of the services component. Last week, we got the very strong services results, mid 50s in terms of the sentiment and the indicators, and you had new orders up 6 points. So consumer remains pretty good. And then you have this renaissance happening in manufacturing, and that's onshoring, reshoring, AI, data center build out, and all that. So the economy continues to be in a good spot. Why do I care? I only care because it means that earnings are actually better than expected, and earnings were double the expectations last quarter at 11% growth. So you add it all up, and you want to own more economically sensitive stocks, cyclical stocks, and I think that also ties into the small cap trade as well.
So I want to stay on the jobs data just for a moment, because we have been talking on here that the markets, that the economy is slowly slowing. And this morning we said we almost, after Friday's jobs number, we could say it's not slowly slowing, it's slowing. You say the jobs numbers are okay. What would scare you?
So first and foremost, non-farm payrolls is backward looking. That's why I look at the weekly jobless claims. But you can't just look at weekly data, right? Because it's too volatile. So you smooth it out. And I look at a 4-week moving average, typically 4-week moving average, maybe sometimes looking even longer. And you're running at about 230,000 weekly jobless claims. It is definitely higher than 6 months ago when we were at 200,000, but it's nowhere near a recession. A recession, those levels come in at about 350 to 375,000. What would get me nervous would be if you get closer to 260, 270. That's a yellow flag. But honestly, we're all looking at the numbers and the trajectory, right? And going from 200 to 230, we're slowing. There's no question. I just don't think we're collapsing, not at this point. And I think the consumer continues to just hang in there. They're spending. I mean, you look at the credit card data. In August, the Chase credit card data grew 4.7% year over year versus July at 4.2%. So they continue to spend, and we're seeing an acceleration. And as I mentioned, it's really more on the services side. But look at some of the retail companies that have reported last week. If you have the products, the consumer will buy the products. If you don't, you have a Lululemon on your hands.
That makes sense. I want to go over to the index markets a little bit, kind of switching gears a little bit. So we have the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ remain very concentrated in mega cap tech. Do you see this concentration risk as just like a structural feature of modern indices, or is this cyclically vulnerable?
Well, I think, and it's a really good question, and it's a tough debate, right? Because you don't want to not be participating in some of the fastest growing, highest free cash flow companies in the world that are spending a ton of money on AI and data center and grid and power and all of that. That is a huge secular tailwind and a theme that I think is at least a decade long, maybe even longer. So you want to have participation, but it's so concentrated, it's so heavily over-owned that it's hard to see what the incremental data points are going to be to have them continue to outperform as much as they have. So I think you want to have exposure, as I just mentioned. I mean, they're all spending so much money on what, is today our version of the beginning of the internet, right? Way back then. So you want to have exposure, but I do think what's interesting is that we have been seeing a broadening out in the markets, and that's healthier to me. Like, I want to see that, and we are seeing it. You see, as I mentioned, industrials. You can play the AI theme on any of those industrial companies like Vertiv and Quanta Services and an Eaton and Rockwell Collins, like a lot of different companies that you want to have exposure to. Financials, I think, are absolutely primed to work higher because the M&A activity has been picking up. Do you know that year to date global M&A is at $2.6 trillion? Completed M&A year to date is up 40%, and in North America it's up 102%. You have deregulation, you have kind of the capital markets tailwind boom. So I think you want to have financials. I think you also want to own discretionary. I think you want to own housing, by the way. If you look at any of the home builders, they're up about 20% since they reported terrible quarters. And I think that's because people are expecting the Fed to cut, mortgage rates will come down, there's pent-up demand. So I think there's a lot of places that you can own and a lot of different sectors beyond megatech, but I think you want to have some exposure to megatech too.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then let's go over to Treasury yields. We've kind of had recent volatility in Treasury yields. I mean, but, if we say on the long end between 4% and 5%. So how are you assessing kind of equity risk premium relative to the bonds? And does this still justify high index multiples?
Well, so I think the overall market is expensive, but that's including technology, as we just talked about. And that's 35% of the S&P 500. So I think there are a lot of the other sectors that I just mentioned that are trading a lot less in terms of the overall multiples for the market. In term, like I mentioned, housing, right? You're talking at like 10, 11, 12 times earnings. You're talking about financials at 13, 14, 15 times earnings. Industrials are a little expensive, but I think their earnings are actually depressed. And I think you will see a reacceleration because of what we just talked about in terms of AI and data center and power and grid. So overall, the market is expensive for sure. But I do think that there are pockets that are not as expensive. In terms of yields, I actually think that, so you're seeing the yield curve steepen, and I think you're seeing the yield curve steepen, especially on the long end, because growth is actually better than expected. So I watch it. It's something to, definitely pay attention to. We don't want to have like the 10-year going above 5%. That would be problematic for the equity markets. But I think right now, given where the growth is, I think that is the more important story. And I will just say that I would rather have a little bit higher growth and a little bit higher inflation any day, because that's really good for earnings. And that's really, at the end of the day, what I care about.
I want to talk about rates for just a second, because I agree with you. I mean, obviously, if the 10-year got above 5%, that would be an interesting.
Yeah.
I don't think that could happen right now. I think more likely what we're going to see is a 10-year with a 3 handle. And I guess the question is, if the 10-year starts to go down relatively quickly, don't people start looking at why? And I don't want to be the Debbie Downer of this scenario today, because I'm actually very positive on the market as well. But I think that I want to look at rates here, because if we don't get, let's say we have CPI and PPI this week, and those numbers come relatively in line, I think you're going to see a scenario where rates continue to just start to move lower, and hopefully not too quickly. And I guess I wonder if the Fed starts to cut too aggressively, which right now it's 50 to 75 basis points this year, right, Shai, is kind of what's anticipated. Does the market start to take that as a negative? Because, as we said, not slowly slowing, but slowing.
I think, sure, we're slowing from, the 3.5% growth, but you're still running above trend growth. And it's almost like a Goldilocks scenario in my mind, like lower rates, lower inflation, okay growth. We have yet to really figure out what deregulation is going to mean for the economy, because we're all obsessed about tariffs. Let's get through tariffs. Then we can focus on the other parts of the administration, of the Trump administration, and what their goal is. And their goal is to have deregulation, low taxes, better growth, and low interest rates. Could you even imagine what low interest rates would mean for the parts of the economy that have really been struggling? And that is housing, and that is autos. And so to me, as a contrarian, I want to be owning those sectors now, because when the Fed does their thing, those sectors, I think, are going to do really well. And that's good for the overall economy. Housing is 10% of GDP. But there's a multiplier effect. You buy a home, you have to buy stuff in the home. You have to buy stuff outside of the home. You have to buy a car to get from the home to wherever. And so it's a much bigger segment of the economy. And I think that's one of the reasons why the Trump administration does want lower interest rates.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you on that. And we've only got a couple minutes left. Do you watch precious metals at all? Are you watching gold these days?
I watch gold, obviously, for the sentiment indicators. I watch silver because I think it's more of an indication of the industrial economy doing actually pretty well, right? Because it's a big piece. I look at copper. Copper is starting to catch a bid too. And I think copper is definitely primed to go higher. Again, it goes back to, if you believe in AI and data center, you need a grid, and we haven't upgraded the grid in 50 years. 75% of the grid is over 25 years old. So if you believe in that, if you believe in electric vehicles, if you believe in housing, all of that is copper. So I'm more interested and intrigued with copper, and I watch silver from the industrial side. Gold, I just honestly, I mean, it's been rock solid, no pun intended or pun intended. But I think it is something to watch only from a macro point of view. And, inflation, or is it more defensive and that sort of thing. But the other metals, I think, are more interesting to me.
Well, talk about that story then, because, I mean, I think when we look at gold, we talk about gold as a hedge against inflation, a hedge against central banks. I don't think that there's a more dominant primary trend this year than gold, and you're seeing the metals continue to go up. So could it be telling two stories, or what is the story as to why you think gold is so strong?
I think it's probably a hedge for sure. I think the jury is still out on inflation. The jury is still out about tariffs and what it will mean for inflation. And I just think inflation is probably just going to stay pretty darn sticky. Is it like 3.5%? but that's sticky, right? That's high enough. It's not 9% where we were 3 years ago. So that's the good news, but it probably stays sticky and a little bit on, again, on tariffs, but a little bit on the economy is growing a little bit better than expected. And so you would have to expect that inflation would be a little bit stronger if the economy is a little bit hotter. So I watched it. I'm not comfortable with it, to be honest with you. But I think there are a lot of other pieces to what's going on in the economy that I feel pretty good about. Productivity, for example, is running at about 3.5%. That's a good thing. That's an annualized number, by the way, and that's a really good thing. And productivity is important because if you do have sustainable growth in productivity, that will keep a lid on inflation as well. So that to me is something that I keep on the on the front burner, if you will.
Stephanie, that's all the time we have here today. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank
Like I said,
you.
been watching you for years. Everybody in chat, we have a chat here on the YouTube, right? It's so different, I know, than doing the media like you're used to over the years. Chat, go and follow what Stephanie's doing. As you could tell, she was fantastic and really great insight this morning, Stephanie. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank
Thanks for
you.
inviting me. Bye.
Yeah, she was great. Really liked her.
I wanted to ask her about energy. You didn't give me.
Oh, well, we're going to
I
have
was
her
like,
back for sure.
I was looking at you. I was like,
Oh, you were giving me the side eye. I
I
didn't notice
was.
it. I didn't. Well, sometimes I blew that one. I'm sorry, Shai. We will bring Stephanie back
sure.
to talk about energy. So any final thoughts for this morning that we discussed before I get into it with PAX here on a Monday morning?
So no, we light on data today. We have New York Fed 1-year inflation expectations at 11, and at 3 p.m. we have consumer credit. Nothing very market moving. So quiet day. Actually, quiet day today and tomorrow before we get into the end of the week with inflation data. So
Yeah. All right, Shai. Thank you so much.
thank you.
All right. Time for Monday mornings with PAX. Good morning.
Amazing. Schmuck. Good morning to you.
What's going on, man?
Nothing. If it wasn't for NinjaTrader Live this morning, I'd still be in the feathers laying next to that Greek I'm married to. I want nothing to do with I want nothing to do with trading this market. No way. And not today, So, I mean, we've talked about rollover. You and I have talked about rollover for the last, 28 years for me and 20 years for you. Yeah. And, we start today. I mean, rollover doesn't start I think in the, general trader's mind until later on in the week or even early next week. That's when we do roll. But for me, in my mind, in reality, the rollover period starts today. And so I wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about that, especially with the bond, to set up the next week and a half of data. It's going to be busy. The quarter is over. The low is in, the high might not be in, but the low is in, all capital flows have ceased. It's just going to be a big trade, a big back and forth trade. It's going to see volatility exacerbated, by PPI, CPI this week. By the ISM number on Friday. I think it's PMI or ISM, whatever one of those numbers are on Friday. I don't know what it is, but whatever it is, it is. And then, of course, we've got the Fed next week. So to be clear, rollover, my brothers and sisters, is not so much about price discovery as it is about rolling open positions. I went home short 2 from Friday. That means that open interest grew by 2 contracts because I went home short. So it's the amount of open contracts or open positions in the market that need to roll from the tradable month now, which is SEP, to the front month, which is DEES, which, by the way, is a 55 handle. Is this what you wanted me to talk about?
Whatever. I mean, I'm just rolling with it. I don't care.
Yeah, I see that. So I've noticed. So anyway, DEES is trading at a 55 handle. Premium, so it's fit right now, December, the front month, which will be the tradable month next week, is trading at 65.58. And we're trading, SEP is trading at 65.04. So, we've got a 55 handle premium between the two for the majority of our career, and up until, I think like 21 or 22, the spread between the front month was either a point, maybe 2 at the most, to a few ticks. But as you know, stimulus and these as these markets continue to inflate and rates began to go higher, the cost to carry the front month over the back month is expanded so much that we've seen a 15-point spread, a 20-point spread, and it's got as high as I think 60, 65 points. Now it's back down to 55. So that's not going to affect somebody who's scalping or intraday trading very much. What will, though, is the way that the markets do change the way that they trade during rollover. So for the majority of my career, I have taken these 2 weeks off. I would take the 2 weeks off of roll. I'd go to, I don't know, without sounding like too ostentatious, I go to my house at Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, or I go to my condo in Scottsdale, Arizona. That just it felt so bad coming out of my mouth. But I'd go to one or the other, or maybe go to Florida and play golf with Anthony or something. But I would not be in front of the screens banging my head against the wall. However, as the front month, as the spread between the 2 months expanded, volatility during rollover began to pick up. And so it is actually changed to be a very good intraday trade. For example, on December 18th, take a look at December 18th, the last time that we had a Fed day, decision we did in March too, but the last time that we had a setup like this, we were trading near all-time highs, just kind of creeping around, not really doing anything. December 18th, look at a daily. Actually, let me pull that up. I have charts. Oh, I don't know how to do a daily interval. Hold on, I got to change this. I'm learning. I'm still learning, man. Okay, so come on. I forgot that I had charts up. Here it is. This has got to be it, right? Yeah. No, that isn't it. All right.
I'm just gonna let him figure. Folks, listen. You guys don't get it. I'm just gonna let this go. I'm just gonna let him figure it out. It's worth it for me to let him work through this. I'm not getting involved. Eventually, he'll get to a daily chart. It'll happen.
This is it. This is it right here. December 18th. I can tell what it is just by looking at the bar. I don't even need to tell you what the date is. You want to bust my cartoffels? Here we go. So anyway, the range on this, I've got to change I got to change the settings on this, but the range was 61.25. You can look at a chart, 61.25 to 59.09. This is going to say something different because this is actually during rollover. But we had 45 15-handle rotations that day, all during the press conference, meaning we had 45 15-handle, last week I'm talking about the 15-handle rotations. We had 45 of those, all during the press conference, and it was during rollover. So that volatility was exacerbated because of the roll. Now when we start to find some movement in the market, that movement is going to have in the old days, that movement would stop. We're starting to break, and then the break would just end. It was like volatility would stop out of nowhere. Now that volatility expands as the cost to carry has increased, as the spread between the two contracts has increased, that volatility has increased. So if we're breaking 20, 30, 40 points, that might become a 60-point break. If we're breaking 50 points, that might become 100 points, or in this case, a 245-point break. So I'm not saying that we're going to have a 245-point break. Don't read too much into it. I'm just saying that this volatility in the next week with PPI Wednesday, CPI Thursday, and whatever number we have, I think it was PMI on Friday, we're going to see an uptick or an increase in volatility. So be prepared for that. Manage your risk accordingly, but look to take a little bit more out of the market when you're looking at what's going on. Now, I think the move in the bonds overnight and going into the today's open is important. You want to get back to regular, conversation? Or...
Sure. Do you want to pull? You don't get it. People don't understand. I'll just let him go. I'll just sit here and chill for 15 minutes. Like I said, once he gets going, I don't get in the way of it. I just let it happen. So is this bonds now?
Yeah, this is bonds. Sometimes when we're talking on the phone, I'll have to say, "Ant, are you there? Ant, are you there?" Thinking maybe he
he's just letting you go on the call.
Yeah, maybe he's just kind of disappeared.
Yeah, I might have just done a load of laundry and made dinner for the week, but I was still there. I just
go make another espresso.
I know. Yeah. So, yeah, I do. I'm glad. It's funny you say this because I pulled up the bond chart on mine, and it's exactly what I wanted to talk to you about today was bonds. So let's talk about them.
So, you know, I was looking this morning I was trying to learn how to overlay on Ninja, and I have to have Mike Burke work with me some more. But trying to overlay the bonds along with uh, with the indices, because I think it's a very interesting spread. It's a spread that Ira talks a lot about, the SPU bond spread, when we were, when I was learning from Ira. So, now, I mean, in order from a trading standpoint, the bonds are the bonds are trading up to the 100-week moving average. Now, put a simple moving average up on your chart. The 100-week moving average is 117.13. That's a level that the bonds are going to want to attack. Needs to get above this level, right here, like 116.31, and then we're going to see another 13 tick range. Now we're right here. We're right at this PAX line right here. What Jim Cagnina calls a PAX line, and this is it's a target for me. I'm not long bonds, but if I were long bonds, I'm going to take profit here. It's not support and resistance for me, and I'm not going to get short here. But I would take a long above this 116.31 level. Above here, we're going to test the 100-week moving averages, which is 117.13, which is right around in here, right? So now we need to get over this. I think this is a July high, and we're working above it. We need to close above here, the Augie high, and now we're gonna come up to this level, and this is what's important, because if you're gonna overlay the S&P and the bonds, there's a direct correlation between the indices and the long end of the curve, or the indices in the 10-year too. I pay more attention to the 30-year than I do the 10-year, not for any real reason, except it's just the way that I was taught early on in my career, so it just makes more sense to me. But if you're looking at the 30-year bond, the higher, remember, it's inverse. So the higher the bonds go, the lower rates go. So the bonds are obviously pricing in not only a September cut, which I think is already priced in, but looking at an October, maybe a November cut. I'd have to look at what the CME FedWatch tools are telling us. But I'm just going to guess that looking at the long end of the curve, they're starting to price in another cut at least another cut for the year. That's going to take us from a trading standpoint all the way back up to this high, going back to April 7th, I believe, which is going to be, way up at 120.16. We're only 4 points away, 4 full point only. It's a huge move, but we're only 4 full points away from that high. That was an extreme high in an extreme case during the tariff, the destruction of the market. And we've got a long way to go for the indices to match that. The indices are still at or just off all-time highs when the 30-year bond is starting to find some steam to the upside. And I do believe that there are a lot of shorts in the bonds that are trapped. A lot of people thought that the bond vigilantes were going to keep rates where they were, and it doesn't appear that that's the case. I don't know. It's a very
I
interesting
agree with you
setup,
on that.
man. It's a very interesting setup.
Yeah, no, it is. It is because, you talked about what the CME FedWatch tool was this morning. It was like 50 to 75 basis point cuts between now and the end of the year. When coming into, I think Friday was 25 to 50, which again, it changes the dynamic of where we are right now. It puts more emphasis on inflation data, which comes out this week, because when we get inflation data, if inflation data comes in, let's call it relatively in line, isn't too hot of a number, which I don't think it will be, but what do I know, right? I'm just guessing. But from what I've seen in the past right now, it doesn't look like it is, right? I think ultimately, again, you keep your foot on the gas of rate cuts. Again, this administration wants rate cuts. I think that the pressure that they've put on the Fed, I think with job numbers weakening, does really put the emphasis on the bonds probably staying bid. And again, Pax, they've already rolled, but this to me is a bullish tape overall. When you look at, I know that you definitely focus just on opening range, but when you overall look at this tape right now, Pax, you got volatility's low. We've talked about that. You've got bonds getting bid. Gold continues to go bid, and we can go up with gold. We've already seen that for too long this year. this is a bullish tape.
You know, it is. It's obviously a very bullish tape, but this tape reminds me a lot of you know, I mean, this tape reminds me a lot of December, February, or January and February. You know, in my group we had talked about the S&P, and this is going back to in June with our quarterly pivot of 60-10. I talked a lot about the S&P trading up to like 64.95 to 65.12. That was my ultimate goal on the upside, and that the S&P would have a hard time getting over that level. And going back into November after, or going into December expiration, I said the same thing about 61.17 to 61.56. In fact, I think I said it in here in March, that the S&P was going to trade up to that level and have a difficult time getting over it. And we kept bouncing, we kept trading to it, bounced, trading to it, and then broke, trading to it and broke, and then took it out, made a new high. You know, this tape reminds me a lot on the daily, and I mean zoom out. This tape reminds me a lot about that. And what's dangerous about this is that just like it did in December, January here, just like it did in December here, January here, going into February, it's the same basic thing. This is lulling everybody into a sense of safety in buying dips. And then, you know, then the rug pull comes. Complacency. And then the rug pull comes and they lose everything that they made in these dip buying things. And this is why I always caution against picking bottoms.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to stop for just a second here, everybody. It's 9 o'clock on Mondays, and it's been a while since we've had Tanya back. And so Tanya is back today, Pax, and she's going to spend 15 minutes with us. So let's not chew into that time anymore. Let's get ready to trade the open with Tanya.
Kakosi, sister.
Welcome back, Tanya.
I'm great. How are you guys doing?
Great. I thank you for sending me the pictures to your trip to Croatia. It was so much fun looking at those pictures of you guys having that's one of those trips that you'll never forget.
Yeah, so definitely. It was good to go back. I didn't go for like 4 years. I saw a lot of my extended family. You know, most of my aunts and my grandma's still there. So it was nice to go back. And it's definitely a weird adjustment coming back to New York City after all that, you know, after being at the beach and like on a remote island. And then like the next day I had like one day in between, and then I went to the US Open. I was like, I just like shifted reality is really there.
Oh, how fun is that? Well, welcome back to reality. Welcome back to the screens.
Yes.
I can't wait to see you start banging them out again. You know, I always had, when I would come back from a long vacation, I always had a difficult transition, you know, so I would always trade less, trade smaller until I kind of worked my way into, you know, back into that trader mindset, or back into, you know, that, I don't know, trader mindset might be a good way to leave it. Yeah. So I would always trade smaller, just kind of hang around a little bit, segue my way back into that, you know? So, I mean, you're not me, but take it easy while you're getting back into the swing of things.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Like, I started trading again, like pretty much like the day after Labor Day, more actively. I think I basically took like 6 trades and I started streaming back, and it was good. I think I sized maybe like 70% or 60% of my normal size, going with like 2 NQ contracts, but it was kind of interesting. I think every day last week, this isn't enough to establish a pattern, but I think it was interesting that each day last week, my first trade was a loser, and then my second trade was the winner that like brought me to, you know, green. And I don't know if that was mostly, I would still take those first trades again, but I thought that was just interesting. So it does require a lot of mental strength to, you know, still take that second trade in front of everybody and still put that risk down. If it's like, you know, worth the risk, if the chart's telling me, screaming at me, you have to take the trade, I still have to take it. But it's still like that threshold to get over for sure.
Yeah, it's a weird thing.
Well, we're glad to have you back here on Monday. Pax, let's go to your charts. We've only got like 10 minutes with Tanya. I want to go to your charts, and I want to bring up a couple things real quick with Tanya back. So first off, Tanya, again, great to hear about your trip. Great seeing the picks that you put on social. Super excited to have you back here on NinjaTrader Live. You come back at a time where, you heard Pax and I just talking about it. We just came out of unemployment last week. We've got CPI data, your favorite data point, coming up this week. And then we're also now getting into rollover. And so, again, coming back at a time where, kind of a lot going on. That August, that slow month is behind us, and we're kind of hitting full speed, even though volatility's been really dampened. Pax, get back to what you were talking about, just overall talking about this market environment. I can't tell what chart you have up here right now, but take us through kind of what you're seeing.
So I put gold up because I think that there's a lot of interest in this rally can't possibly continue without, without a pullback. Well, yes, it can. Remember the markets can remain. Well, I don't know if this is irrational, but the markets can remain irrational longer than you or I can remain solvent. So be careful shorting this gold market. This gold market is, we very well may break 100 points. Who cares? Or $100, but just trade what you have. Don't pick a top is what I'm trying to say. Stephanie Link was talking, I thought, very eloquently on the metals and the relationship to inflation and, the metals being a hedge. Is this rally in the gold? Is this indicative of a hedge against inflation, or is it a hedge against central bank losing control, or the president and the stress between the central bank and, trying to depose Lisa Cook and, working on, here's an interesting point too. And on a separate note is that all President Trump needs are 4 votes, to be able to change the trajectory or the trajectory of interest rates. 4 votes on the FOMC. So he's working on getting his 4th by deposing Lisa Cook. Isn't that crazy? So I think that this is what this rally is reflective of that. Anyway, let's see what continues to happen with capital flows. Eventually, you asked the question on Friday, or somebody asked a question on Friday, what was going to win? Is it going to be the bonds or is it going to be the indices? What's telling the truth? Well, let's throw gold into that mix, and now we've got a popcorn pressure cooker waiting to explode somewhere or another. Either gold is going to break a bunch and take some steam out of this rally, or we're going to see the indices start to sell off, or everything is just going to continue to trade in in a little bit of a nutty kind of a pattern. Which case, settling down into, the way that Tanya looks at things, into a shorter time period, becoming a bit more myopic is going to be very helpful for traders, and not trying to take in a broader, more of a macro-based look, but just trading what's in front of you. Don't trade your opinions. Don't trade your guesses. Just trade what's in front of you. A lot of people are going to get killed trading their opinions.
I want to talk about rollover real quick, and then Tanya, we'll take a look at your charts. So one of the things that rollover I try to emphasize to people, and people that are new to futures or don't necessarily understand futures, even though they might have been in them for a while. But there's a lot of experts on X, so you can go there and find out all you want about it. It's a little joke. But when it comes to rollover is more about what people have to do than what people want to do, and you have to understand that. And I think Pax laid that out earlier by saying that, you got open interest and people have to move to the other contract. And so they're selling one and buying one, or they're buying one and selling one, right? And so that's something that someone has to do. And these are the people that have the big money in our space. So understand that when you're looking at the futures markets this week, maybe not as much the next day or two, but towards the end of the week, you're going to see some moves that you might say, well, this kind of came out of nowhere. What was that big volume spike? And everyone goes, whoa, this and that. I mean, to get used to understanding that and rollover, that's because someone has to do something. And they don't look at time and all the other in prices the way that we do. We look at it and go, oh, this should be a key level, or this should be that. And they might time it a little bit to what they want to do, but when they have to do it, they do it. I mean, and that's just the reality of it. So you have to understand it may not come at a time where you think it makes sense or the volume doesn't make sense in that moment, but understand the more and more you watch rollover, it's the more and more reasons why Pax is either in Lake Geneva or by me in golfing, because of that more randomness that hits the tape. Tanya, let's take a look at your charts.
Sure.
One thing I want to build on a little there is that a lot of people are going to mistake. We might have a 15-point range, but with 2 million contracts traded. So don't look so much at the daily volume because it's not about price discovery. It's about rolling. So the volume beginning like Wednesday is going to be huge. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and of this week, next week, the volume is going to be big. So don't read too much into it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm looking at my daily charts for NASDAQ and ES. I thought it was interesting that ES hit new all-time highs twice before NASDAQ has reached them. On Friday, it looks like, yeah, we had like a pop-up in the morning, then it dragged down the rest of the day, right? Now we're sort of in the middle of Friday's candle. And it shows that there's like no matter what, like it just seems like the shorts can't really hold up. Like every short is pretty short-lived. Even after versus a high and a little bit of divergence at all-time highs. We're trading back up quite we're reaching back up quite a bit from since then on, and we just can't sustain and make new lows since then. So definitely, like you guys have said, it's more of a bullish market. What's the chat saying, by the way? Have you guys still been polling the chat on
Oh
bullish
yeah,
bear?
I think it was more
Okay.
bullish this morning. I have to see what it was.
I would
I'll get you that stat in a second.
I would assume so. Because I mean, I think the default's bullish, and we're continuing to make those all-time highs, even if you have some short-term news that might seem bearish. Like, we just continue to come all the way back up and then take out the recent swing high. So, I mean, I have to now just kind of be patient here as we did open up in the middle of a large candle. It does remind me of this day here, Friday, Thursday, last Wednesday, where we did open up you can see on like ES and NASDAQ, pretty much in the middle of the previous candle that had a large day. So I think that today could potentially be an inside candle. If I go for targets, I'm probably going to go for like, hourly targets, London session highs and lows, or even like pre-market highs or lows and things like that. And just kind of like reframing that in my mind beforehand, because I wouldn't really want to, against such a sharp high over there. It's a sharp low and a sharp high. It's harder to trade against those versus if they're equal lows and clear key levels or liquidity levels to aim for. So that's what I'm kind of thinking about this morning. And then also keeping in mind, yeah, it's Monday with no news. And yeah, we have CPI later this week, PPI later this week, along with you guys saying that the volume is going to increase later this week with rollover coming up. So today could be kind of like a building up of liquidity and just more of a consolidation or an inside day. So I'm kind of neutral to bullish today.
Tanya, let me ask you a quick question. I hear you guys talk about a lot of you younger traders talk about the London session, Asian session. What is the time period for the London? What you guys call the London session? To me and Anthony, it's regular trading hours and overnight trading. So what's London trading?
For London's trading, we're looking at starts from I look at particularly 2 to 5 a.m. and London session does close at 11. So then 11 a.m. So then I look at the London close going into that, like the previous 10:50 to 11:10. I'm always interested in increasing volatility. But when I'm looking at London session highs and lows, I basically look at a local high or low from starting at 2 a.m. essentially.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So a couple things before we leave Tanya, PEX. First off, PEX's opening range indicator. People have been asking about that in chat. The link is in there, so make sure you go and download that. And you could also go to PEX's Twitter channel or mine to see what that is. Tanya asked, what was the outlook poll for today? 48% bullish, Tanya. 19% bearish, which is low. 33% neutral. Again, NinjaTrader live chat is always pretty smart. It's always so it's a little more bullish than neutral, but a lot of people sitting in the neutral slot. And also, we have a 5-day arena competition kicking off on September 14th. $20,000 prize pool. It's a 5-day competition for the top 50. Go to the pinned message in the chat to register there. And so that kicks off next week. So be sure to go and check out what we're doing there. And last thing, so Pax, we've only got 30 seconds left. Any final thoughts, comments before we let Tanya go and trade the open this Monday?
I'm watching the bonds take out that 116.31 level. So watch, everybody pay attention to the 100-week moving average at 117.13, 117.13. And gold is extending higher. So gold's the next target in gold is 37.40. How do you like that? 37.40. I would have never have thought that we'd see that level, but that's a great roll in bonds. And Tanya, I'm glad you're back. Thank you. I said a week and a half ago on my stream that it's an incredible privilege it's one of the best privileges of my entire career to be part of NinjaTrader Live and the second generation of traders, or the new not second generation, but the next generation of traders represented by you. You are one of my favorite people. We don't trade the same way. We don't look at things the same way. But I have nothing but love and respect for you. You are a fine woman and a fine trader. And I am so grateful that you're like my little Croatian niece.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Pax. I appreciate it. And you're the best. I mean, I'm really happy that I have you as like a mentor and someone a veteran trader that I could reach out to.
Thank you, my sister. Have a great day, Anthony. I love you, kid. And I'll see you all on the trail this week or next Friday. I'll see you Friday.
Yeah, love you, my brother. Of course, we will be back with Pax on Friday. Chat, show some love for Tanya and Pax this morning. Hit the like and subscribe button. Tanya, we're going to have a little virtual party for 150,000 subscribers. We're going to be doing some giveaways. Glad you're back. We'll be talking to you about that. And what are we giving away, Pax, on Pax's stream? Ferragamos, baby, on Ferragamo Friday. So let's get to 150,000 soon so we can watch Pax giveaway of Ferragamos. Tanya, welcome back. All right, everybody. I'll see you in chat.
Someone tell me in the chat what that is. I'm confused. That's an Italian thing. Good morning, everybody. Oh, it's his shoes. Okay. I only know Jimmy Choo's. Let me see. Oh, Italy. Men's shoes. Oh, they have women's shoes. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay. Oh man. Probably walked by this in Milan. Nice. They're giving away some like Italian leather shoes. So Tom Brooks already told me to relax. Sorry, you guys. I'm more give away some Jimmy Choos also. Or
oh yeah, Daddy's gonna get his Ferragamos.
That was crazy. That was funny. Okay. Okay, someone else didn't know either. All right, cool. All right, everybody. So here we are. We have like 13 minutes still open. So like, this is what I would mark it as London low here. You see like 3 a.m. ES made this low here. So that's what I marked out there. And I think NASDAQ, what's interesting here is that there is a slightly different yeah. ES, like we'll see that on the 15-minute, but that low was made later in ES. I think what is this? Oh, this is the pre-market. This is Asia high. Okay. So I mean, I like that there are equal highs here for NASDAQ, but it's more likely than not we'll hit them. So I mean, I'll just mark that out, equal highs. Hourly equal highs. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think the tough part, yeah. So, I mean, I'd rather sweep a sell side, take out a low, preferably ES takes out this low or something before we go higher, and then I should go for these highs. But we're already so close to them. But hey, you don't know. Could fail versus those highs and then come back again, come down again. Yeah, we'll see. Today, honestly, it's a Monday. No news. CPI's later this week. One of my favorite days to trade. PPI, there's way more high impact news later on, so I won't be trying to overtrade today. I'll be really careful about pick and choosing my spots, right? So that's a level I have marked out, those hourly equal highs, and then we have this, yeah, this low here is a 4-hour fair value gap. Um well, we'll see how that goes. We have like what, 10 minutes till the open. Who watched the US Open? I was I think the women's final was more competitive than the men's final there. But it is pretty interesting how I think it was the first time ever that the same duo for men's were in the finals 3 times this year. What is it? Yannick Sinner versus Carlos Alcaraz. We have a new generation of tennis greats as well. Mhm. Mhm. I'm pretty much neutral to bullish today. Yeah, we have these hourly equal highs on NASDAQ and ES. And then I have this. I mean, this is pretty much, I pretty much just marked out the range that we had overnight. It's not really that um deep, right? It's pretty simple. Um this is the entire daily range from Friday, right? Do you wonder how much did we retrace there so far? Okay, NASDAQ's taking out those hourly equal highs now. Yeah, we're just getting those deep retracements. Um, way over 50%. We're about to get into 76% of that. And then here, yes, I wonder where that is relatively. Okay. Yeah, Nasdaq's a bit stronger. It's definitely deeper into this range. And it's taking out those hourly equal highs before yes is taking out its pre-market high there. So something to take note of. So something that's slightly interesting to me because I mean, like we marked down the daily that ES has been stronger. It's been taking out those all-time highs twice now when NASDAQ did not, right? So let's check out chat. Jelly Trader says, Tanya, we missed you. Missed you guys too. We yeah, I've been out for like a month. I was in Croatia, I was in Italy, and that for like only a few days, and then I was in Croatia for like 4 weeks. Do I play tennis? I play more golf than tennis. I don't really play so much tennis since I tore my ACL. But when I was in high school, actually, I took like a semester of tennis gym during gym class. And tennis is pretty similar to volleyball, okay? Quite similar, I want to say. Because I played volleyball. And the serve is very, very similar. You wouldn't think about it, but it is. And then like when you're using the racket to like volley and smash, it's quite similar. So I did have a good time there. When I was like, what was I? I was like 16. I was in tennis gym, and my tennis partner was actually a guy on the boys volleyball team. At the end of the year, we had like a tennis tournament with the whole class. And so we made it into the finals, and it was versus these two guys on the tennis team. And guess what? We won. It was crazy. We just had, we had more stamina. So I got a 98 in gym that semester. It was pretty good. In phys ed. And yeah, in my high school, like the gym class was graded pretty toughly. Like we had to run every week on the track also. We would do like at least a mile. Most of the time it would be like a mile and a half, 2 miles. And they were graded runs. Yeah. Depending on how fast you ran it. Yeah, now I'm more into golf. I just got my golf clubs re-gripped and I went to the simulator yesterday. I did okay. It's a process. It's a process. I didn't get frustrated. That's good. I made good contact with the ball. It's just that it's just not going as far as I want it to. It's just not going as far as I want it to go, but I feel like I'll add that later as long as I'm making good contact first. So we took out that hourly high NASDAQ. It's kind of wicking that area. It's pausing there at the moment. See how the open goes. What if NASDAQ just it'd be cool if we failed there and then we like came back down here. That's like 60 points away to the downside. We'll see. We'll see if ES takes out this high or not. Golf and tennis have a lot of crossover with the swing. Volleyball also. I see more with the volleyball, tennis, and golf, to be honest. Tennis is just like trading. And a lot of things are just like trading. Golf, discipline. Anything requires some kind of discipline, mental focus, to be honest, and not getting frustrated. Yeah, golf is so mental. It's true. Hmm. Let's see. Let's see. We have open in 2 minutes. ES is taking out that pre-market high. Dude, I don't know. This next target is way too far away for me to think that. No. Like I said, I kind of think that today's going to be more of a choppy. Choppy day, I think. When in doubt, zoom out, Um, that's the 15. The hourly, I have the 4 hour and the 15 typically opened up on my other screens too. Okay. If you guys could like trade only one time frame for the rest of your life, what would it be? Which time frame? Let me know in the chat. All right, here's the open. NASDAQ making a new high again. Taking out the highs from pre-market again. Yes, not there yet. NASDAQ looking way stronger. See? Yes, dropping quite a bit there. Mm-hmm. Kind of wild that Nasdaq's even hanging out around here above the pre-market highs. ES has dropped like 8 points from since then, right? Nasdaq not even hasn't broken the swing low yet. We'll see if that is the little SMT though at the open for where Nasdaq did take out that high again. Okay, Nasdaq just dropped a bit here. Took out this low. I want to see if it inverts this, to be honest with you. This little FEG from pre-market. So far it hasn't. Kind of wild there. Hmm. Mhm. Nasdaq going higher again. I can imagine so many people that probably saw this wick and were short versus this wick now getting stopped there. Let's see. Yeah, what did I want to see? I want to see real quick if there was like a 15, anything on the 15 that was, they're pretty much the same there. Okay. Any news today? No, there's no red folder news today. You have the first presented fair value gap of the day there. Breaking out of that overnight consolidation, right? Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I would have preferred it if we went to like this level first, or some sort of sweep of a low first, versus you kept having divergences at the highs and people getting stopped from there. Where I said they were probably short versus this high. And then since that high, we've popped up about 30 points, right? And that ES is about to make a new high of the session. So I can't really, just a sweep of anything really for me to want to go. There's no manipulation. For me to want to join this to the upside at the moment. I know. What do you guys think? Do you guys think we're going to take out Friday's high today? How far away are we from Friday's high? I think we're still quite far away from it. It's like the 23,900 area, 70 points away. Honestly, that not even that far from it. Hmm. So, I mean, so far since open, ES has been quite choppy back and forth, I think. ES has been in about like a 10-point range. NASDAQ, since the open, 70-point range. Here it's coming back into its first presented FEG, and you don't really want to see a candle like this. Like that's a huge down close candle. ES now near its new low of the session since the start, since 9:30, right? So don't really like the look of things right now, to be honest with you. We'll see. I just see a lot of back and forth. Just we're below the first percent FEG now on Nasdaq. Yes, hitting new low session. I mean, it's hard to do anything right now. The hourlies look so different on both of them. See chat, what did you guys think? Castro says no news nonsense day. Kevin says no clue what the higher targets are. Yeah, if you don't really have higher targets, you just have to wait for more higher, like cleaner, higher targets to be formed then. Like maybe some more equal highs or lows will be formed today. We don't know. So I'm asking, how often do I trade inversion fair value gap? I'd say pretty often. Definitely every week. G says buy stops first, then sell stops and boom. Yeah, we'll see. Potentially. So far, I mean, ES made a new low of the session. Nasdaq's not close to that right now. So that could be people's divergence for if they're super bullish, Yeah, I don't like when the indices are that out of sync either. They're so different. You have this divergence now. Hmm. You guys answer in the chat, what's your favorite, like what time frame would you trade for the rest of your life? Oh yeah, here, let me scroll up. A lot of people saying a 5 minute. I didn't okay, 15, 15, 15, 15, 1, 15, actually mostly 15, which is my choice as well. Hourly, daily, 3 minute, 1 minute's wild. 5 minute. Someone put 10 second. Michael Foresta, you wild, and Vane Ray says 2 minute. Yeah, 2 minute. I like the 2 minute. 15 minute. I think that mostly people said 15 minutes. I agree. First 15 minutes of the day are just about done in about 30 seconds. And we'll see what the first 15-minute candle looks like. So far, it looks a lot different. ES and NAS. Right. So like ES is first 2-minute candle, very large, long wicks, and pretty much ended where it started. Now we're going lower. Nasdaq's looking way stronger at that 15-minute, close near its highs. Can't really do much here, to be honest with you. If you just look at ES, it's the open. I mean, we're just going back and forth. See what Nasdaq does versus the next swing high. While I was in Europe, though, one thing I did get back into is I was drinking coffee every day. I was drinking Turkish coffee, and me, I wasn't drinking coffee before that. So now I'm trying to wean myself off of it. I did not have coffee this morning. I have my electrolytes, but definitely have withdrawal from coffee if you are always drinking it every day, right? You'll feel like a headache, which I would feel like later on in the day, but trying to, yeah. I think I drank like half a cup the other day just to slowly get off of it. Like, yeah, I don't need caffeine. You don't need caffeine. Caffeine will make me like more trigger happy to get into trade. Hmm. Yes, making an equal low. It's kind of a nothing burger so far today, right? Honestly, guys, I thought Ferragamo was like an Italian restaurant, right? At the beginning of when they were talking about they're going to give it away, that's where my mind was. My mind's on restaurants. That's why. If I saw the logo, it's when I saw the logo, I got it. But yeah, I went to 2 Michelin star restaurants when I was in Croatia. That was really good. One was on the walls of Dubrovnik called 360, and that was really cool because those walls are made in like the 14th century. Um, and then the other one, which I think they deserve 2 Michelin stars now, was called Pellegrini in Šibenik. It was really good. I mean, they make their own olive oil. They collaborate with local like wineries to make wine to specifically pair with a meal. So to make their own like specific wine for that meal. So I thought that was cool. That's what I'm doing right now is to focus more on the process. I have like a calendar. I have like just 3 simple rules to follow every day. And if I follow those rules, I get a green check on my calendar. If I don't, then I put a red X. And then if I follow my rules for 80% of the days in the month, then my prize is I get to go to a Michelin star restaurant that month. So that's what I'm doing going forward, because that is my motivation, rather than like an arbitrary like monetary value for me to like be like, oh, I can do like take a shopping spree of X amount of dollars. It doesn't make sense for me. So that's what I'm doing. That's an update with me. And they're like process driven rules. So I need like one of the rules, for example, is I need at least an 80% sleep score. Which I do today. I have an 85. Yeah, look at this. ES has been doing nothing, bro. For the first, like, if we take like a little temperature check for like the first 15 minutes of the day, it's plenty to be left desired. What is it, like 10-point range on ES and pretty much like 1-point candles, like you just get back and forth every 2 minutes. Meanwhile, NASDAQ, say like 80-point now range since the open. It keeps just making new highs. So yeah, there's definitely not much going on. I don't know. New highs and not much of a range, though. Not much of a range. Like a whole one candle is half the range. Like I did say, I don't really love going along versus something like in an environment like this. Because if ES just kind of falls apart, then NASDAQ will drop too with it. Let's see. We're pretty close to Friday's high now for NASDAQ, actually. What does an 85 sleep score mean? I have like an expensive bed that texts me my sleep score every night. And it changes temperature and stuff, and it wakes me up by turning up the temperature of the bed, stuff like that. So that's why, like, some people have like devices like Aura Rings and Apple Watches that give them sleep scores, I guess. Larry Pumpkin in bed by 8, up at 5, says Wit. Nice. That's my dad does that. What do I use for my sleep score? I have my bed. Yeah, it's 8 sleep. Savdi has a Garmin watch that tells her sleep score, and she's obsessed with it. Exactly. But it's true though. You guys though, if I get 8 hours of sleep, then I really feel like I'm like a superhuman. Like I feel like I am in the Matrix. You know, I can see those bullets coming. I can like short then long and whatever, flip buys, no problem. Things like that. But yeah, at least 80% sleep score. Gotta stay sharp. And then everything starts with your sleep, right? Because your sleep regulates your emotions and also stores your memory. Right? So you have like deep sleep, which is like more uh restoration, repair, especially like physically. And then so if you don't have enough like deep sleep, if you're truly exhausted, then like that's why you won't have any dreams. Just like lay down, just be like a log, right, for the next rest of the night, because you're mostly doing deep sleep, barely any REM. And then on normal days, though, you'll go into deep sleep first, and then you'll go into REM sleep, which is rapid eye movement, right? which is emotional regulation and storage of memories. And that's when you're dreaming, and actually your body is paralyzed during that time. You actually can't move around when you're dreaming. It's like physically. Mm-mm-mm. I remember my dreams. I'm typically like when and that's why I'll actually, if you raise the temperature in your room, so typically if you wake up and then you go back to sleep, I'll have a dream every time in that little period of time because it's your body temperature is higher. Mm-mm-mm. Yes, literally literal barcode. Yeah, NASDAQ. Anybody that's been shorting NASDAQ versus pre-market high or the new high of day, like just keeps getting wrecked, right? So let's see. I'm just looking at the 4 hour right now. It's kind of wild how different they look. Right. 4 hour for ES and NASDAQ on the right. Just so different. You guys think we'll get to Friday's high? At this rate, yeah, we are, because it's just NASDAQ. Anyone, it feels like the shorts are trapped here in NASDAQ. But yeah, New York has plenty of Michelin star restaurants, so I will not run out. But yeah, that's what I'm doing. Because I enjoy the tasting menus. Plus, if I'm following my process, that's paying for itself, no problem. Yeah, so far I've been to Le Bernardin. Did I go somewhere else in New York yet? I don't think so, not yet. But next place I'm gonna go to is a 1 star. I forgot. Forgot the name. Oh, something tavern. Mm, Gramercy Tavern. Gramercy Tavern. But Le Bernardin was crazy good. It's one of the 3 star Michelin restaurants in New York City. I think there's 5 of them. Amazing service. Like if you go to the bathroom, they pull out your chair for you when you and everything. And then they notice when you're walking back from the bathroom to pull out the chair also. It's kind of wild. There's so many servers. There's like a server just for bread. Um, what are we doing here, you guys? Straight up barcode ES. NASDAQ just making new highs in the day, then retracing, then new high. Nothing really for me to want to put risk down for, when ES looks like this garbage. So yeah, there's no trade for me so far today. And honestly, I thought that might be the case with no news, and later in the week there will be more news, but we'll see. It's only 10 a.m. I do like now that we're gonna have the start of the new hourly candle soon. Kind of funny. Someone said, "What is sleepwalking?" That I don't know. I actually sleepwalked when I was a kid a couple of times. Thankfully, I grew out of that. Well, a lot of people in the chat learning about different kind of sleeps. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Stay positive. Used to work next door to Le Bernardin. Cool. Am I going solo or friends? I'll go friends. Hey, Tanya, can you show your setting for bar timer indicator somehow? It doesn't show correct time for me. Indicators. Bar timer. Here you go. Have I been to Siri's Pizza? Siri's Pizza? I don't think so. No. David Deed says there's nothing to do but get cut up. Yeah. And today's a FAFO day, I think. MMXM is only here to say hi. Hi. Mike Chapp says that he has 3 kids, a 6-year-old, 4-year-old, and a 5-month-old. What is sleep? I'm sorry, dude. I feel for you. That's rough. You can do something called non-sleep deep rest. If you get, it's like a replacement for deep sleep. If you can only, it's like a 10-minute long thing. It does make me feel more rested. If I didn't get a good night's sleep, then I'll do like 10 minutes of that. It's kind of like a meditation. All right, so Nasdaq paused about 15-ish points, 20 points before that Friday high. Yes, making a new low of the session, took out those little equal lows there, made a new low. It's close to that 4-hour fair value gap, that low, but there's really nothing worth the risk for me to take a short or anything here. So unfortunately, just too close to that level, and the risk would be more than the reward there. Down here. Today is one of the more choppy days I've seen. A good day to like stay disciplined. To be honest with you, if you don't see your setup, then you just don't take anything, right? Let's see. It's start 10 a.m. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Tanya, did Croatia offer any shoes for your collection? Are they called runners or sneakers in the US? They're called sneakers. Did I buy shoes? No, I almost bought a pair of Jimmy Choos in Milan, and then I actually didn't because there was just like something slightly, I was just nitpicky about shoes, honestly, but I do love sneakers. To be honest, you guys, yeah, I did not have any room left in my luggage to take that. So I took olive oil and other things, and at the end, I had exactly like 50 pounds in my check-in, like 51 pounds. And then on my carry-on, I basically had to strategize this. Packed all of the heaviest clothes in my carry-on and as much heavy stuff as possible. And I sat on it to make it fit. And then when I weighed the carry-on, which no one weighs, but I was interested, it weighed 40 pounds. So I was pretty good about that. Tetris. And then I had then I had a backpack. So I definitely had like 100 pounds of stuff with me on the way back home. And that's where the gym came in because I had to, lift 40 pounds in the overhead and take it off. And I was able to do that. Okay. That's what it's all, my personal trainer. It all came down to that moment. I was able to do it. But to be fair, okay, I had a lot of stuff for streaming too. Like I took a tripod and to cameras. And then portable screens, stuff like that. What you guys, what are we gonna do? What are you doing? Who in the chat is bearish from this? Or and who in the chat thinks we're just gonna continue chopping back and forth? I think that's probably what's gonna end up happening. Like maybe we'll get to Friday's high. Like I don't think, but like any kind of action towards it probably won't be clean. Right? This is 10 o'clock. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. What are like the percentages for the day? Let me just see. For NASDAQ. NASDAQ is up 0.75%. ES is up 0.2% only. I don't really use many indicators at all, Dean. David Dean. Mike Chapp says bearish now is okay. And when yeah, Filch says there's no clean price action. Assets are not in sync. Yep. Like it's one thing if this was like a clean low on ES and then we're making new swing highs and ES was starting to show strength as well after that divergence of NASDAQ, but there was no clean low. We were just chopping around. We made another new low session for ES. So there's not anything that I like the look of at the moment. Brad Mazurek says chop session took buy from the lows around 8 a.m. got stopped out break even. Now I sit on my hands. I recommend others doing the same. Yeah, that's a good thing to do in this type of price action is kind of put that stop up, that break even, or take a quick win. Even a 1 hour is fine because there's just not a lot of opportunity, right? If there's a small range and then the intraday movement, you need like a wider stop for your targets, or you just see a lot of retracements. It's just not a lot of opportunity there for either side. Yeah, Regal says ES hasn't left the 50% to 61.8% retracement of Friday's move. Yeah, exactly. I'd marked that out before, kind of. Yeah, we're still, like I said, I think today would be thought today would be an inside candle, and we still haven't taken. Yes, it's certainly in the middle of the range. Nasdaq's near that high, but still hasn't taken that high, so we still are in an inside day for Nasdaq as well. So it's simply just a nothing burger so far, and that's fine. Like I like to remember them. So for Monday, no red folder news, and especially later on in the week, there's going to be more injections of volatility of CPI, PPI, where I'd rather put risk down there. There'll be larger ranges and just cleaner lows or highs to put stops at, right? So nothing for me yet either. Mike Allen says bullish all morning. Absorption was 6505 70 670 contracts now. Cool. Ron's waiting for Nasdaq to hit Friday's high. Yeah, I think maybe there's probably a lot of people that are waiting for that. Then that would be like a daily level to go off of instead of just an intraday level, you know? That's why I don't love doing is just using like an intraday level as liquidity. I'd rather use a higher time frame, right? Or for a divergence as well. David Dean says, wise man says never fade a boring market. It's a good quote. I never heard of that one, but I did see one time someone said like, yeah, that's where more the pain is if you're trying to fade like a slow, grindy market. And that's what you want to see sharp reversals, basically, right? And it's given none of that. And for the long side, there's just nowhere where I would feel comfortable putting a stop at for NASDAQ really for the longs. Hmm. There's only one Michelin star restaurant in Queens, actually, which is interesting. Mhm. Mhm. But it's funny when I went to visit my extended family in Croatia, and they would ask me like silly questions, like, ask me if I cook and things like that. I don't know. Sometimes it's just funny to answer and kind of troll them a bit. Where I'm like, no, I don't even know how to make an egg. Like, how do you open an egg? Do you use like a knife or like scissors or what do you do with that? I don't. Mm-mm-mm. And then my uncle said, you take a hammer to open an egg. That's what we call scrambled eggs. So they played along with it. That was fun. Tanya, how long have you been streaming? A ye- a year and a half or maybe 2 years. 2 years in like in December. What was this? I think I just marked this out to see if this would like break this low again. Hmm. 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 See the 5 minute. 15, 15, there's like there's an FEG there. Um, made quite the wick in the last 15-minute candle here. Yeah, you guys, this is a FAFO market kind of. Yeah, F around, find out. Hmm. I'm just looking at like the ES on the first 30 seconds to think about to see what, Pax and other people who trade like the opening range. And I don't know exactly how they trade, but I do know that ES is barely left. Like you can see the opening range is a large part of the entire range of the day. So it literally shows that we're just choppy. Where's the drama? Where's the speed? And you just have to wait for higher impact news. Like, I mean, Friday was NFP, right? And then that was large range. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, you don't have any sharp reversals. Every like candle, even on the way down, where Nasdaq has kind of faded a bit down, it's just been very grindy. See, it's 1016. Let's see. Aw, Larry Pumpkin says that I was missed greatly while I was away. Oh, missed you guys too. We're back and better than ever now. Now, hopefully, the summer trading's behind us. I mean, September was off to a good start. Last week was pretty good with the ranges. Today, I did come in pre-market, said I didn't expect much, expect it to be a inside day. Um, which we are, right? If you go to the daily. And that doesn't mean like you won't find anything. That's why I'm still here and all. Like that doesn't mean you won't find a trade at all. It just means that it might be harder. I'd have to take, you know, smaller targets because I wouldn't want to go for an outside day, right? I wouldn't want to really. That's why I didn't really go long, right? Because I didn't want to aim for that high Friday high for Nasdaq. I feel like it's asking for a lot, and in a day that I think could be a choppier day, then I'd get, stopped out if I trailed stops or just stopped out in general because it's just not a clean day. And you can see probably here that's going to end up happening to anyone that trailed the stop here. So what are we gonna do, guys? I don't know. Can just do nothing, to be honest, or you just wait. You keep being patient. Friday's high. Or like you take a look at other assets, that's always an option. But yeah, I think September probably gonna end up getting more volatility from the indices. Just not today, because it's just creating liquidity pools for CPI. It's fine. It's just generating more sell stops and buy stops, right? If we're making more equal highs, and that's fine. Like then maybe these are equal highs that we'll target later for ES, on like the 15-minute, right? These are smooth. There's a slowest grind lower. Yeah, so since 9:39, right? Nasdaq made 3 new highs of the session, and ES didn't. It was just, back and forth bar code, but ES made 2, 3 or 4 now, 4 new lows of the session. So that's what I don't like to see. Clean NASDAQ. Let's see on the 2 minutes. Is there anything that's cleaner? Hmm. Yes, about to hit that like London session low, 4-hour FEG area. Mm. Will it even? Because it just keeps teasing it. Five-minute. I mean, that was the. See on the one right now on NASDAQ. Mark at this low. This is where that first divergence of that low is with ES. And if we break this low, maybe we will have a faster move lower. We'll see. Really, the bears and the bulls, neither of them made or like were easy today or at all, because remember everyone talking about a slow grind up, and now we broke this recent swing lows, and there's just simply no momentum on either side, right? So it's like I'm trying to find something to go up against, but yeah, there's really not much I can do here. Very choppy day. Very choppy day. I don't really see us. I don't see any quick movements. This move down to here is very slow. It took maybe 8:32, like 22 minutes just to move 50 points on NASDAQ. Hmm. Mm-mm. I mean, ES, just scan this so you get the barcode, you get the price for a hot dog at Costco. $1.50. The chat taught me here. This is the last time I made a joke. That's how much it is. I don't eat hot dogs, so I don't have a Costco membership. Mm-mm. I don't really care about this FEG that much. It's in a discount. I mean, we'll see what it does, but It's the only bearish FEG we've got here, and it's just something I see because it's aligned with this low. But it isn't a discount of this leg down lower. And just the way that we've been moving back and forth, and would not want to, yeah, it's just short here, anything like that. These highs aren't really jagged at the high. You're getting just a lot of back and forth. So you really have to choose your spots, and there's just not really any good spots to choose from, right? On the 15, what we did is come into this 15-minute FEG, so it makes sense that you could get like a little bit of a push back up here. It's kind of just 50-50. I'd rather us invert this on the 15 than I'd go for here, but the way that the market looks so far today, you're just not getting much. It's a snooze fest. But hey, like what we're doing, even if like give yourself a pat on the back if like you didn't take a trade and you followed your rules. If you didn't take your trade because like your own system didn't give you an entry, right? And you stayed out of the action. Because like you're forging discipline just by watching this barcode. You're forging discipline because honestly, yeah, trading is boring. It's 90% of the time you're sitting there and you're waiting for your setup to happen. And sometimes it doesn't happen, right? So I always just try to remember, all right, like if it's a day you didn't take a trade and you made no money, like it's better than losing money, right? So later on that will get when you get an easier environment, easier direction to work with, indices are more in sync, you have high impact news, then that's where you make the big bucks, right? Higher volatility, etc. Right now, you just make wave. Yeah, yes, new low of the session and couldn't reach that 4 hour. Like I said, it's just teasing. Will it even get there? And now it's taken out the swing high that made the swing low. And wouldn't be surprised if that's what, like, yeah, it's just crazy. No, 15, let's see, yes. Yep. Yeah, we're doing consolidation. Nasdaq's more of like a high resistance move higher, but yeah, which means that, it took out this. It's taking out a swing low. Not getting to highs cleanly. There's not any sharp reversals that are clean. So what can we do, chat? What can we do? We're chopped. Price is choppy, so we're chopped. So yeah, that's why I said like this bearish FEG is irrelevant to me, and that's why I would not short there, right? Hope I kept some people safe on that. And that just requires, just drawing a fib. Sometimes it's just the easiest thing. It's like simple things. So you would be surprised by how many times something just you want to chase something. For example, you just draw a fib and it retraces to that 50% mark. If there's a FEG lined up there, there's so many times. Yes, it's so funny. Chat, what do you think? Where are we gonna get to Friday's high? Will NASDAQ get to Friday's high? How are about like not too far away, like 40, less than 40 points away. The way it's getting there though is not clean. If it's getting there. What do y'all think? When's CPI data? It's on Thursday this week, which is interesting, right? Sometimes PPI will be the day after CPI. This month, it's the day before CPI. So you have PPI on Wednesday and CPI on Thursday. Yeah, you have red folder news Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So that's why I'm taking it easy today and probably tomorrow too. Tomorrow there's no red folder news. But I mean, if there's a trade, you gotta take the trade. But there's simply just no clean action for me. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Bum, bum, bum. What you gonna do? It's 10:30. The range for ES is literally 13 points. Range for NAS since like 9:30. And for NASDAQ, it is 100 points. Yeah, that's trash. We're gonna hit that Friday high, you guys. Let's see on the daily. Let me put the ATR real quick. Indicators, ATR, add apply. Yeah, the ATR for NASDAQ is 326 points for the day on the daily. So far, we moved 230 total. And for ES, what is it for ES? ATR, I like to just look at the last 5 days though. ES 66.3. So far we moved like 30, 35 points. Wait, no, not even 28 points. So, I mean, that's what I've started to do. And I think I talked about ATR before, like plenty of times before when I was a NinjaTrader. But recently, this is what I've realized. I was using it in a different way before. Now I'm starting to use it in a different way because essentially what I'm looking at is if by like 10 a.m. have we like expanded to about the full like ATR of the day? Like if yes, then actually that's a good sign for more volatility and perhaps more action. Because if it's already 10 a.m. and we're already moved a bunch. Like it's actually more likely that we are going to move. So that's what I talked about also with kind of taking a pulse on the action in the first 15 minutes of the day. And we're definitely barcoding and super slow. So that kind of gives you a pulse for the rest of the session, especially if there's no news. It's kind of different if there is 10 a.m. news release, if there's red folder news, because that will happen, we'll consolidate before 10 a.m. high impact news. And then there might be an injection of volatility after that. But yeah, on the contrary, then if the ATR, we've so far we've reached like 2/3 of the day's ATR, and and like just the New York session's like 1/3 of it. I actually makes me think like, oh, we're more likely to just stay within this range and consolidate. So then I'd rather take different kinds of trades, like reversals at the edges of the ranges, rather than continuation trades. So it kind of helps me with my expectations for the rest of the session, rather than kind of before I was looking at ATR thinking like, oh, we only hit like 200 points so far for the day on NASDAQ, and the ATR is 300. So we could go another 100 points up, technically. Well, if I'm coming in already and expecting it to be lower than average range day, like what I said with thinking it might be an inside day. We had a really large day on Friday, no news Monday, higher impact news later in the week. That all points to we're probably going to have that lower range day, smaller range day. So helps manage those expectations to not go for like continuation trades at the edges of the range when you're already near the edge of the range. It's less likely to work out, right? Yeah, now ES in the 2 minutes ugly. In the 1 minute's even uglier. Hope that helped. Let me know if you have a question about that. So Trump is speaking now. Okay. Apple is the only red only the only fly in the NQ. Junior says we have a red folder president just waiting for any tweets. He doesn't really tweet much though. He says it like on what is it, Truth Social? Or he'll just say it in a news press like conference. Where is he speaking right now? Let's see. Because I didn't see it on my calendar. Let me Google it. Trump speaking live. Live, the White House. Yeah, he is. President Trump delivers remarks to the White House Religious Liberty Commission. Live, the White House. Oh, that's me. LOL. I had YouTube on.
Gets weaker, our country seems to get weaker. When faith gets stronger as it is right now, we're having a
He's talking to a religious liberty commission, though. He's talking about faith and stuff. I don't think he's going to be talking much about policy. So that's why that's not on the economic news. But you never know. You could just say something random. The algos will spool. Well, let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat. Do you guys think that NASDAQ will hit that Friday's high? Yes or no? We're about like 20 points away from it. Or less. We're about 15 points away. 23,902. This is literally the definition of seek and destroy day for ES. I mean, you take out a low, lows, and then a high. There's literally no trend. Nasdaq's, there's a slight uptrend today. What do you guys think, chat? How many trades a month do I have average? Let me do some math for you right now. I think typically like 30, if I would say an estimate. Last week I took 6 trades. But like there was a Monday, there was Labor Day. Friday, I didn't take a trade actually because I had horrible sleep. And that's with my rules. I just had horrible sleep, so I didn't end up streaming. Sorry guys, but I will stream every day this week on my channel for sure. Unless I can't actually say that. What if I have bad sleep again? But I will try my best. Let me think. What was I trying to say? What was a question here? Oh, I want to do some math. It's about 20 trading days a month. I mean, I would say actually more like 40 trades because I will take about probably 2 trades a day. Some days I don't take any, but like today I haven't taken any. Some days I'll take 3, but I would say probably 40. It's quite a lot for me. So another question, how much RR do you have monthly average? Monthly average RR, I mean, I don't think that's not even like a stat I look at. Like kind of, if you look at my interview with Pax, he doesn't even look at his RR at all. But like monthly average, it's just like one month could be just so wildly different than the next month. So that's just not an average I even know. TJR tried to short ES. That's not working out well for him. It's the slow grind days that'll kill you, really. Why no trade on pullbacks? I mean, which pullback do you want me to take? Cool. The Sovereign Apostle is also an ICT trader and I help him with his patience. I'll tune in when I'm streaming. Cool. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty simple for me. What I want to see is like a sweep of liquidity and a structure shift and a clear target. I mean, there's nothing really that I like. What's the liquidity sweep I would have to take is like a 1 minute low. There's not even a pullback to 50% here. This is a 50%. So that's where I'd even be considering a potential one. So we already made a new high. And mostly like I've been talking about, it's just so ugly when we're out of sync like this. Do I normally avoid no news days? I'll still show up and like watch the price action because sometimes, 10 a.m. will provide a pretty good reversal, or, sometimes there'll be a good clean lows or highs to go after. Depends if the structure is clean or not, really. I'll still try a trade if there's no news, if there's clean structure. And to me today, it's just not my definition of clean structure. Yeah, the one thing I could see where people might, that this 15-minute FEG we dipped into, and I was watching it, to be honest with you, I was watching it. this 15-minute, that wick, and then let's remove that now. I did measure this leg up, right? And below 50% is here, so it just didn't retrace. That's fine by me, because I'd rather just wait for the retracement. Especially in this market, you just have a lot of back and forth, and we were getting those deep retracements, right? Just don't feel, I don't feel like I'm missing much at all today. I mean, we're not up much. Thanks for answering. You're welcome. Someone said that they took the 15-minute fair value gap at 8:15, the one I marked out before. That's nice. So I mean, that goes to the people that would like to just they said that they would trade 15-minute for the rest of their lives. Then sure, if you were bullish and you just want to take this retracement, go for it if that's your strategy. Then that's not even a bad stop, honestly, versus the low. It's like 45 points, which isn't so bad, which isn't bad at all on the if you're taking a 15-minute trade. You just have to remember, if you go higher in time frame, your stops are going to be wider. Yeah, about 40 points. If you're targeting to new high a day, that would be 60 point. Friday's high, which I don't know. We'll see. What did you guys say in the chat? Do you guys think we'll hit it? Yes, 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 yes. To be honest, whenever I ask like question like that, we're really close to it, and everyone agrees, and it just looks, a lot of times that's when it ends up failing, which is like, I mean, to be honest, it already did here, drop a few times, a couple times. Wonder what it will react if we do go to Friday's high, how it will react to it. I mean, that's where, I mean, people that are short, if they see strong reaction to that, a strong drop down, that's where they'll pile in. People that are short biased. What do I think? I mean, I said at the beginning of this stream that I think that today's going to be an inside day. So I think no. But my thoughts are pretty much, if it did get to here, which I was saying here, it wouldn't be in a clean way, and it's totally not. Took out this low first, stopped out some people that were doing trailing longs that were trailing to this low and this low. They were stopped, so maybe it will hit it. Doesn't really matter. Definitely not a fast day. Which is good. I feel like I have more energy now to do stuff after the stream. Let's see. It is 10:50 yet. It's about to be the 10:50 macro. Going into London close. Was it interesting how this wick at the beginning of the day, and I said, like, I wonder, like, how many people are short versus this wick, and they got stopped. And then these hourly equal highs became pretty much support level. Cool. Yes, totally different story. The hourly looks so different. See, we just took out previous hourly high. Deleting this that I had drew out because I already made a new high today and took out previous hourly high. It's not really doing much here. Let's see. Yes, this market looks just dead. Even ES. We have more smooth highs here. Not that jagged. Let's see the 2 minute or the 3. Yeah, I just can't really. I don't see much going on here at the moment. I'd much rather wait for NASDAQ to sort of close below that 15-minute and then go for a short down to there than try to pick a top. You know, I'd much rather wait for like 807 to get broken, something like that, 805. Right now, it's just so choppy, so 50-50. Still in the inside day. I don't know what this is. I think that this is probably previous high. Maybe an FEG. This was a low it broke, yeah. There was no momentum when we broke this low, right? There's no FEGs, which is why I said I was not going to take any short here. Yeah, congrats if you were a 15-minute trader and you just took this on the long side. But other than that, there's like the ES looks like garbage. NASDAQ, failing near its Friday high again. What's up, Stowe? Oh,
Sorry, I'm not on the screen yet, but I
there
did
we
cough.
Here we are.
Hey, Tanya, how are you? Welcome back.
Oh, thank you.
Of
Good to-
course.
Good to be back.
Dude,
It's
tell me tell me about the thing. How was your trip? How was Croatia? How was all the stuff?
Oh, it was great. I mean, it was really nice to just I traveled really all over the country, which is crazy. Like everywhere from like all the way down south to Dubrovnik, Mjet. I stayed inside of a national park for a few days too, so that was
Whoa.
fun.
Awesome.
And like the largest Adriatic coral reef. And I got to see that, and so cool to go underwater and just like look at somewhere that's been like preserved in a national park since 1960. So you see all the fish and all like the coral reef and
Yeah.
and that was just me like free diving, but now I'm like thinking I
Okay.
think I want to get into like scuba diving, honestly.
That's always been terrifying to me.
Really?
Yeah, it sounds awesome though. I mean, I'm super claustrophobic, but
Oh, okay.
I would love to like I love watching that stuff. Like those are my favorite planet Earths are all the ocean things. And just the ocean in general is so extremely interesting to me. Like we're not entirely sure what's at the bottom of it really, like all
Yeah.
that stuff. So, man, that's so awesome that you did that. That's so fun. Do you feel like $1,000,000 now that you got all that rest and relaxation?
Yeah, I feel good. I mean, it's definitely an adjustment coming back. That it just feels so weird, like because it's just like such a different environment than New York City, and then I'm back in New York City. I'm like, wait, what? I feel like so different,
Yep,
so
yep.
different. But yeah, I feel good. It's good to be back. I feel like I'm getting back in the groove of things. Today is kind of like a quiet day for me. Did you end up taking any trades?
Yeah, yeah. I've been
Doing a lot.
mostly trading ES,
Oh,
but until today, and today ES was,
yeah,
like total
yeah.
barcode mode until just now. So I switched back to my buddy NQ and got a couple longs on. This is pretty much my like, I don't know. This is my go-to general intraday long setup. Like, first pull back here. I got stopped out, but second pullback here, I was able to get in and got a good scale. And now I'm just pressing this high here, shooting for this 23,900, and we'll see. I don't know. New all-time high today, maybe?
Oh, let's see. I mean, yeah, we've been waiting for that Friday high. Like Friday high has not been hit. It's been just curving around it, curving around it. It's not been gyrating. So, I mean, I hope you get it. Yeah.
We'll
I mean,
see. We'll see.
the longs are definitely better for NASDAQ today. I mean, yeah, it's a small range. I didn't take anything. My from my standpoint of things. Yeah, you're right. ES on the 15 minutes starting to look up now, look better than before, that's for sure. Because like it was just barcoding all morning long. That's why I like really pretty much refrained from taking a trade on Nasdaq too. Because I'm like thinking, oh, if we, what if ES just starts to fall apart, the Nasdaq will drop as well. So yeah,
Yep.
it does look, it's starting to look more promising for sure. We're finally getting like a closure above those pre-market highs, and there will be a 15-minute FEG here more likely than not in the next when this candle closes in the 15 in a minute and a half.
Yep.
So we
This is what I liked on ES. It was holding its like, I mean, I mean, both indices, everything overnight shot up like right out of Asia and then just kind of hovered up here.
yeah.
ES was holding its London opening range while NQ was like really partying. So I was like, okay, if the Dow can figure out its feelings, then maybe we can get some good Monday uppies, as the kids say.
Awesome. Hey, let me ask you something. I saw a tweet of yours.
Okay.
What was it? It was like you're doing challenge yourself and learn one ICT strategy or something.
Yes.
That's
Oh
still
God.
happening?
Yes, it's still happening. I've been waiting for you to get back to talk about this. Yes. So, I forget how it happened. I think I lost a bet to X, Y, and Nick on stream. And that's
Okay.
why so that was the bet. I have to learn and trade an ICT concept. And I don't know if you know this person, but someone named T Trades reached out to
Yeah.
me and they were like, yeah, we can we'll make this as easy as possible for you. So
Okay, great. I'm glad
um
he's taking you under his wing.
yep,
Yeah.
yep. So I'm
Yeah.
working on it. It's hard for me to visualize candle shapes and like see anything from it. It's just like my brain can't retain them.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is, but last couple weeks have been good practice for that. So I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
All right, that's cool. I'll be looking forward to it. You're in good hands. T's a good man. And yeah, I mean, we've had him on the network a couple of times now, right? I've
Yep.
met him quite a few times. He's a cool dude. I think now he's just traveling the world, like it's his full-time job too, which is
Oh, that's
awesome.
awesome. Yep.
Uh, so yeah, let me keep me updated, and I'll be following you.
Cool.
Your journey there.
Well, I want to make sure. So yeah, I have to make sure I do it right and know how to do it because it is that dude's model. So I don't want to butcher it on screen. So I am practicing and working on it still all the time.
That's cool. I mean, that's admirable because like a lot of people, I think, are not open-minded, and I think that being a successful trader, you have to be open-minded in general. Just in like, oh, if you come in the morning and you're bearish and then something like one of your levels invalidates and then you have flip bullish, so you have to be open-minded to that scenario versus staying married to one bias.
Yep.
So it's refreshing to see that in this space because there's always a lot of just drama in general about whose strategy is the best and whatever.
Right.
So that's cool.
Well, I get like I mean, the show really like opened my eyes up to that all the time because like I'd come on with you like on Mondays and we trade completely differently, but we often have a similar look and I'm like, okay, cool. How are we both pulling these things up? And then Chris trading boxes, same thing.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I'm interested in exploring all that stuff. And I don't know if you saw Pax was trading live now too. So now we've got Pax in the mix and it's so cool.
That's so cool. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, that's the more the merrier. I love to see it. And yeah, I mean, I'll see you next Monday then. And I'll be keeping up with you though. So
All right. Sounds good, Tanya. I'm not gonna let you down. T trades, if you're watching, I'm not gonna let you down.
You won't. All right, good luck and good trading, everybody. Have a good Monday.
All right, thanks, Tanya. Welcome back. Good morning, chat. Good morning. Yeah, great to see Tanya back again. Good morning, Cooper. Morning, John. Good morning, Jai. Good morning, Sushi Roll. What's up? Looks like I got stopped on that remainder there. Let's see how we're living. Wow, that was a lot of points. Cool. Yeah, pretty wiggly day over here in ES land. Let me go back to the ES chart. Ooh, we have a single print possibility on ES now. So one thing I've started to do is I just added the Dow to my little watch list on my NinjaTrader mobile app. And that way I can just quickly glance and be like, oh, hey, the Dow's down and NQ's up. Or, oh, hey, they're both up. And that has been answering that question for me about like, why is CS chopping around when NQ's going up? So it looks like the Dow's finally getting out of its feelings and is up a little bit. Just 75 points for now. Throne shop. I hate to disappoint you, but I don't have. I have a fake Twitter beef with my friend called Heck, and we just like to make fun of each other on the weekends when we're bored. So I don't want to pull the kayfabe back as the wrestlers would say, but or break kayfabe. Yeah, it's just goofing. Morning, friend Tintin. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Arm Gabar. Morning, GDL. Morning. We'll let everybody get in here and get settled. Yeah, sorry, Throne Shop. Nah, there's no different side. Unfortunately, I am what you get. Which is good and bad, depending on who you ask. All right. So coming into today, oh man, I also have really big news. Are you guys ready? Do you want to see it? There it is. Ugly chart is gone forever. My friend Leo found some colors that are not offensive, and here they are for everybody to see. Looks pretty nice, huh? Dude, he's so good at, I mean, he's not in here yet, so I can give him this compliment. He is so good at making charts look really good. It's insane. It's insane. He truly has a gift for it. It's messed up. Tracy, there you go. You're welcome. Yeah, so everybody, next time you see Leo, you give him a big thank you for saving the world from ugly chart. Yeah, it's super clean, right? So the way that this looks, so the way that we've got it set up now is, we'll go back to last month just to take a look. So this is this nice slate purple, I guess we'll call it. I probably shouldn't start trying to name these colors because I don't want to give them a bad name because they look cool. But slate purple, that's our monthly. We can see it just ended because, you know, we're in September now. And then these gray guys are the weeklies inside of that. So now that we get over here, we can look at our high time frame and see that we are coming up against the top of this balance that has, you know, it's been expanding. It started just like very small, this initial balance here. We lost it, tested the bottom of it, reclaimed it, and now we're trying to break back out of the top. These previous month levels here, this is, I'm going to figure out a way to mark them. There's not a way to do that on NinjaTrader yet with the OFL tools, so I'm just going to manually plug these in. But in the first month, and I'll talk about this more in the course that's going to be out soon, and I'll talk about that a little more today too. These previous month +1, the monthly VWAP itself, and -1, also, you know, +2 and -2. These are key levels for me in going into the new month, at least for the first 2 weeks, just as a reference point from, like, are we leaving balance? Are we, you know, staying in that balance? That sort of stuff. So if we continue to spend time up here above, you know, like 785, 785, if we still hang up here, I'm going to keep looking for expansion higher and newer all-time highs. If we go back down in this is balance zone for me. So I'm going to be less enthused to press into highs. And then, you know, if we lose it and then we start making lower lows down here, then the same theory is opposite, you know. But yeah, should be fun. And thank you, Leo. You did. There is going to be a course. Zacharias. Is that how you say that? Zacharias. Hey, William. Oh, thanks, bud. Thank you for being here. No, Ronto, I do not use a heat map. I don't spend a lot of time with resting liquidity, like in general. I just don't really. I don't have any edge there with it. So I don't use a heat map. Nice. Okay, I did it right, Zacharias. Beautiful. Great name, dude. Okay, so yeah, I'll talk about this. So I started making a course. it's just going to be how I trade. It's going to be a lot like Leo's playbook, except for me. It will be a lot less good, probably. But we are so Leo and I and Nick and XY are all launching a website, and it's going to be completely free. It will also have all the Painting the Tape episodes, the podcast episodes, and all of our new episodes from season 2 that we're starting. That's all going to be out on September 15th. And yeah, it's just going to be a place where we can put all of our stuff and kind of like be a little clubhouse. We all kind of have different skill sets, so it'll be cool for us to be able to just kind of put them all in one place. And while we do trade a lot like each other, there's a lot of different looks that we each have, and so I don't know. I'm excited to see like XY really dig into Dom review stuff. He's really, really good with entries. I don't know if you've noticed over the last 4 months, but the guy can snipe an NQ entry with like a 6-point stop. So it will be awesome. And and then we'll have the podcast episodes too. And we're all going to be on the podcast together, and then we'll have guests on as well, just to talk about traders. If you're not familiar with our Painting the Tape podcast, it's just us hanging out, just kind of talking about stuff. It's kind of like a no pressure way for us to just hang and be ourselves. So yeah, you can look out for that. In the process of making the course, it's really funny because it's like, I thought I could get it done in just a couple episodes, but it turns out there's a lot more crap that I need to figure out how to explain. So, but yeah, I mean, I've learned the thing about the stuff is I learned from so many people willing to give their time to me for free, their knowledge to me for free, and there is not enough of that in our opinion. So yeah, we're just gonna put all our stuff out there, and you can have at it. Try to glean something from it and hope it helps. So yeah, just follow us on Twitter, follow Painting the Tape on Twitter, and then you'll see it. I don't really know. I'm kind of waiting for this single print to hold. I guess we have 15 minutes left. I think I'd like to take a trade down here. So I'm going to watch this spot, IB, overnight high, retest. I noticed again today that there's been this like 600 lot person on ES occasionally popping up and getting filled in, increments. And while I don't do a lot with resting liquidity, that person, robot, whatever they might be, has been a bit of a magnet, at least last week. And, similar thing happened today. We were down here testing this London OR, and, they popped up at 07, and then a higher at 12. So I'm just keeping an eye on that. Oh yeah, I'm at ThetaStow42 on Twitter. Sorry. It's not important to follow me on Twitter, but if you want to see it, it's at paint_the_tape is the podcast one. That's where we'll put most of that stuff. If you want really good Pepes, you can follow me because I go around. Basically, Twitter for me is I'll get a fake FinTwit fight going on with X sometimes, or I'm just stealing Pepe emojis to use. So that's what Twitter serves for me. Hans, the single print study is just called single prints. It's on. It's just in Order Flow Labs study, and it will show. So this, it's. I mean, ES has one, NQ does not. So that's something. They sure are taking their sweet time up here, also. So I don't really know what's going on. I'd like to see. This is kind of how I'm looking at it. NQ pullback down here would drag ES maybe down here where I could take a shot. An ES long. I think I'm done trading NQ for the day. I've kind of locked up a fair amount of points. Like 75 points, which is good. It's good for a Monday. Yeah. Oh, also, someone made me, go to my Twitter for sure, because someone made me a business duck background to use where business duck is in the pit trading. It's good. It's quite good. Hey, Dr. Steve. Happy Monday, brother. Good morning. Yeah. We're still in this leg. I don't really want to put it on. Yeah. This isn't like super strong trend, super strong anything at the moment. I'll throw this on. Yeah, we'll see. Like, so this is, so we're looking at NQ at the moment. This is our current leg that we're in as far as the Delta volume profile goes. I put a VWAP on from here and you can see, we're kind of at it at the moment. So not quite much. Maybe that's the pullback we get on ES. I don't know. I keep trying to remember that ES is going to be giving me much less than NQ does as far as the pullback goes. It's hard to remember because you train yourself with NQ to wait and be patient so you don't get stopped to death. Yeah, I did. UYI2G. I have. I was long here, stopped, long here, scaled, added, scaled, added, scaled, stopped out. So I was pressing up here into this, and they eventually came and got me. So now we're just seeing what Europe wants to do for its close. Keep an eye on ES. Keep an eye on this pullback here now. And remember, this is not a single print until 11:30. It just shows me, because I have it set to show me a developing single print. I got to get this on. There we go. There's certainly some liquidity right there. Let's see what we got. We'll take a shot. Okay, we came back and got this high. Ran that. We'll see. NQ is pulling back to that, that spot, like that 850 spot. It was a very busy spot for NQ today, actually. It was banging around there quite a bit. So we'll see what we get. I gotta move this thing. There we go. There's a VWAP on NQ. Definitely quite a bit of selling, though. Oh, there you go. I'm stepping in. You trying to be somebody? We'll see. We shall see. The other thing about ES too, gotta remember to be a lot more patient with that trade working. So I'm very used to the programming from NQ that, hey man, if this doesn't happen right now, your idea might suck. ES, not so much on that. So got to give it a second to work out what it wants to work out. And there is some absorption at the 65.10 spot. I don't know. Price is frozen. So I don't know. I don't really have much to narrate as we wait to figure out what's going to happen. No, Splug. Not at all. Also, good morning, Splug. What's up, brother? That's pretty good. All right, let's nip this down there. Let's take one. So we had 3 lots on there. So, all right, 8 to 10.25. Let's tighten this baby. That's the other benefit to ES for me is I can get away with that tight stop. Does London have a market on close? That's a great question, Shreddy. No, I don't think so. But I mean, it definitely wiggles at the end. I don't know. I don't know what they have. Maybe I'll ask Kane. Maybe Kane knows if London has a market on close. I'll go. Hi, low. I'm not using a time frame chart. I use volume based candlesticks. So I'm using a 3,000 volume candle for ES, and I use a 750 volume candle for NQ. Hey, Gene. My stop is dang it. I can't figure out. Did I lose that? I'm sorry. The chart, this thing, it's like if I don't point it at the right thing, hold on. Anyways, my stop is at 65.0875, and my entry is 65.1050. So that's 1.75 points. 7 ticks. Are we talking in ticks? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, Loon. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out. I did kind of hate how slow 3000 was on ES this morning. So I might be pulling ES down. The real answer to your question is I'm just trying to figure it out, because I use volume charts solely because I'm trying to get like I'm just trying to get a feel. So because I've been trading ES more, that's the feel I'm looking for. And today it didn't feel very good. So yeah. No, Mitchell, it's not. My standard stop for ES is 4 points. But once I'm in the trade, then I will take some risk off. So like, yeah, so what I did here, I took 2 points here and then moved this up so that one of those lots paid for one of these stops. So I'm just finding a way to take risk off the table as the idea is going to play out or not play out. So that's all we're doing. But no, I can't get in with 1.75. Not yet, anyways. Maybe someday. Maybe someday I can be that good. Hey, analyst. Hey, nice. Thanks for hanging out. To Bangor, Maine. What a beautiful place. I love Maine. I love Maine. Incredible breweries up there. Gecko. I think that's how we would say that. Gecko says, Stowe, can you talk about position sizing? Are you all in on the first trade with a fixed stop, or are you more dynamic about it, but have a minimum, say, 4 contracts with a stop risk built into it? Yes. Sometimes. I mean, I think I do about. I think I do both of those things all the time. If I am first entering a trade idea the first time, I'm normally all in with a bracket first time. Now, what will often happen is I'll get into a trade and I'll need to add after I've scaled off. So if I start, I start ES with a 3 lot, if I have to add again, I'll put this lot that I took off here back on if we come back down here and I want to put it back on, or if we get this second lot off and then we pull back again, I'll put it back on, So I'm usually all in at first, and then I'm a little more flexible about those add entries. But when I add, I'm always adjusting the stop based on that new added trade. So I'm not keeping the same stop placement if I want to add. So because I'm trying to get that risk to be reflective of the ads on the way up, if that makes any sense. Nice. Woo! Oh, shoot. It took them all off. Rats. All right. Well, okay. Well, looks like we're flat. Damn it. I wasn't paying attention. I was not paying attention. That must have said 2 to fill there. That's okay. That was a good trade. I like that. So yeah, this is pretty standard fare for me, just based on MGI and order flow. This low is in pretty clear context shift here. Yeah, I'll give you my thesis behind that trade we took together. Chop, 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 chop. Look at this. ES just literally just buried inside of its 5-minute opening range. Like, this was nightmare fuel for lots of people. Poked below it and then immediately rejected it. So that tells me that, like, all of this stuff, because this was a spot for me to lean long off of based on the way I look at, the overnight session. Clear spot. So this was a good spot to lean off of. This is why I took that NQ trade. Because, I trade them both at the same time. When ES did that, NQ was right here, which is also my long setup for NQ. So everybody's working, everybody's friends, everybody's happy. This is a good context shift because you can see, like, this isn't choppy behavior anymore. This was a move up, a pullback, move up, making good waves. And then when I got on, I said I want to look for a pullback here to, overnight high, IB. And I saw order flow activity at 65.10. So I just got in here. Took one off for 2 points, and those second ones, it looks like I got 5 points on those. Yep. So now, and this is also kind of how I've been treating ES too. When I'm doing this trend adding up here, it's a good spot to pull off at the +2. ES doesn't really do extreme trend. And just for the sake of locking in profits, this is a good spot to take. And then if you want to add back in again, just try to add back in down here. Worst case scenario, you just don't get to add and you've just locked up your money for the day. Over leveraged trader, Tanya is a very popular trader. I'm not sure if you were aware of that until just now, but yeah, Tanya's a boss. Yeah, Paulo, I move stops for sure. Yeah, JM, you're late. You're late, homie. Where you been? Also, good morning. Yeah, I got some good trades. Got an ES trade and NQ trade today. Very good. Yeah, she's awesome. Pan Paul, the blue red coloring of the candles is based off of close that, is based off of the delta dominance inside of that candle. So that just helps me see delta shift activity within that volume size. So if I'm looking at a 3,000 volume candle, it's going to show me the delta dominance of that candle based on a nice. NQ's going to make a new high here. It's trying to. Maybe I jinxed it. Sorry, I scared it. My bad. My bad, NQ. Calm down. It's okay. Nice. Thanks, Rescue Panda. Good for you. Yep. Lock it in. Nothing wrong with that. Got to talk nice to it, like Pax said. He's right. He's right. You got to talk. Come on, baby. Just easing the tension. It's all in the hips. Man, I love the NinjaTrader app. This thing is freaking good. So good. Hey, Gene. What's my overnight high-low analysis? Well, I mean, I looked at it. I always look at Sunday. I probably always look at Sunday because I'm just stoked that the market's back. Um, but it's usually the Globex session that is going to move the most. If I take a good Globex trade, it's definitely on Sunday. If I take a bad Globex trade, it's usually never on Sunday. So for those reasons, I try to just look at Sunday. Yeah, overnight analysis is pretty. I mean, all the indices did this, like bang. I'll go back to NQ. Here's NQs for the overnight. I mean, a quick 130 point rip in 2 hours for the Asia session. That's pretty significant. This is, God damn it. My freaking 30-second thing hates me. All right. I'll pick a new one. Make it white today. There we go. Okay, so this is and then the main thing I look at for overnight is not just the high and low. Actually, I look at this more. I care about the London 30-second opening range more than I care about the high and low. And in this instance, the whole thing is long off of the 30-second opening range. This is NQs, and then if you go back and look at ES is this green one here. Same thing, just long off of it. That buyer was there, I don't know, five times on ES. So yeah. So that just gives me a bias, kind of, that like, hey, there's a buyer here supporting this. If this buyer gives up, chances are we're going to retrace that thing, this big ramp. But other than that, I'm just looking at it for like the stat. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out if I want to take this again. And I do. All right, we'll just put 2 on here. This is a really, really poor high. Moses Malone, look at that. Ugh. Gross. No, Alex. The first 30 seconds. 30 seconds, not 15 minutes. Not that there's not alpha there for 15 minutes or Jim looks at the whole IB of London. So he looks at the whole hour. Ah, rats. Let's see. We'll keep it on. Hell with it. Yeah. I'm going to try another one here, Justin. Gross Malone. Yeah. That's funny. Spaghetti or macaroni? Probably macaroni. Yeah, I'm not really big into spaghetti. If I'm doing like a noodly pasta like that, it's always linguine or fettuccine. And I really don't like angel hair. Like, it creeps me out. It's too thin. Ugh. Way too thin. Can't do it. Hmm. Not great. We might get back 6 points on this, but that's okay. We'll see. We'll see right here at the 10. A lot of absorption there at 65.10. Yeah, quite a bit. That's true, Norseman. Yeah, just because it's a poor high doesn't mean it's going to do anything. It's just really gross. A bunch of absorption here. So all I'm looking at with this is a poor high is just like all these equal highs and this absorption. So they never like broke through it and then failed. This just means that like, like Leo says, a poor high is also a sign of, exhaustion in its own way, because buyers didn't even have enough to break this seller. It doesn't mean that they have it anymore either. It's just an observation. Pappardelle. What shape is that, Dr. Steve? Is that some sort of fancy shape? I'll have to Google that one. Jai, I do not know. No, I don't really look at overnight delta in any sort of like meaningful way. Yeah, Gene, it's just a sign of, it's just the way for me to view, Globex positioning in, and like I don't, the most of that volume is coming from London. And as I get into, this is the session that I trade, which is mostly London meets New York, and then they figure stuff out, and then I'm usually done. I come back in the afternoon, at which point, I no longer care at all about the London OR, but this is my morning setup, right? So New York shows up to the game, or Chicago, sorry, Pax. Chicago shows up to the game, and it starts talking to London and what London has done. Now, oftentimes this 30-second opening range, it's just a choppy mess. And those days, I don't give it any credence at all. Here, we'll look at NQs again. All right, so all this is telling me is the same thing that like an RTH 30-second opening range would be telling me, is that like it's a pivot based on the opening of the session, and we are above it. So that means that buyers exist. They have bought it. They didn't want to spend any time below it. This is London's positioning, right? To a degree. Now, if London opened and then spent time above, spent time below, spent time above, spent time below again, if this is just getting chopped around, that doesn't give me any clues at all. But ES opened above it, NQ opened above it and did bullish things, never revisited it at all, while ES was banging into it relentlessly, trying to break it. Finally got one here, but then, buyer stepped in. So if it looks trendy, it matters to me. If it doesn't look trendy, if it looks choppy, it matters to me much, much less. Norseman, you're going to be very disappointed when you figure out what the stow pivot is. I can promise. I promise it's not proprietary. It's quite silly. But it is effective. Hey, Legend. Legend says, I finished the OFL YouTube videos. Can I join the OFL Discord now to learn more? Thanks. Yeah, man, you can. Are you the person that asked if OFL was like for new traders on Thursday with me and Leo? I mean, you can do whatever you want. You can join anything you want to join. I don't. It doesn't matter to me. The OFL stuff is just an extremely advanced set of tools, and you just want to make sure that you have like a good grasp of those concepts before you get in there and start mixing it up. Just to save yourself, the trouble. Let's see if we can get back above the overnight high. I'll give it one more shot. Yeah, so we're testing this balance now down here. This is a little better entry. We'll see though. Grouchy. Time is 11:45. Very, very mad. Okay, we're testing the open. Not a bad spot there. We've kind of lost our the meat of our thesis, but we did come down and we ran some stuff. I like that we got that low. Retest the open. Also, I put Pax's opening range on here, and now it's gone. I'll have to figure out what happened to that. My charts were extremely weird today when I opened it up. I had to do a lot of resetting. Let's see, 275. I want one more tick here. Away. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah, Jai, you can just go to the. I assume that dude's talking about just like the OFL YouTube channel. So just like I don't know, go there. Just go to YouTube and search Order Flow Labs. I don't imagine that it's any more complicated than that. Well, I'm not loving it. I got a 2.5 point stop on these. It's not bad. I don't love that we left all of that volume up there. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Let's see. We got this 07. Yeah, I don't love that now we've rejected that. Hey, good morning, XY. Welcome. Welcome to the morning. Glad you're here. Splug, I don't anchor view ops from the high because if it isn't on my chart, it doesn't exist. So, so for those reasons, I ignore them so I can make my own narrative. Just kidding. Ryan, I don't have a Discord. Don't tell people I have a Discord. All right, we got one. This is what I'm interested in now, right here. So, like this previous support, it's so much cleaner on ES. So this is a ton of selling right here that got rewarded. So we're retesting the bottom of it. And if we can't get back into this node, then I'm less excited about this long. But that was a decent spot. Not bad. What I need, 2.5 points. Okay. I'm trying to figure out my R here. 5 to 850. Okay, so I got a little more than 1 R on that. I'm working on, I mean, you guys know that I mess with my own stats and risk to reward and profit factors and stuff to see how I'm performing. I'm currently trying to get the baseline for that for ES. So I a lot of this is experimenting. I think I might be able to get a better risk to reward ratio on ES than I'm used to for NQ. Yeah, XY, there's a lot. Oh, yeah, it's because I have this dumb anchored VWAP. Like, I have every band on the planet linked to that because I was trying to do an example. My bad. Yeah, there's a lot of squiggly lines, guys. Sorry. I'll kill him. I'll kill him for you. Okay. NQ happy again. There you go. Is that less ridiculous? And we'll drag this guy over here. It's true, Cooper. Well, I was making the course last night and I was getting into like I'm doing as much of it on this chart as I can, because that's what you guys are used to seeing, all that. So hey, morning, Chris. What's up, homie? Yeah, I'm just glued to this Dom at this moment. Acceptance back into this. All right. Nobody hates a poor high more than AJ, but I'm second in line. And for those reasons, I'm going to put my target up here, one tick above this poor high. I'll also do this. Yeah, that's better for now. So I want to see. So I'm trailing this stop. If this is a new leg, I want to see acceptance back above the +1. I like that. This is how I use the bands and volume profiles at the same time, right? Okay, so we see this. There's two distributions on this volume profile with like this, this neat little guy at 08. But we'll just call this 2 for now. They'll fill this in eventually, I'm sure. We'll call this 2. Acceptance back above this and above this is good for longs. So if we can get back in the +1 and we continue to hold this distribution up here, that means we can probably go hang out with these guys again. That will show price acceptance back into this value area. This body's not dead. This is the Frankenstein setup where you think there's a dead body and there's not. That's something I'm making. So the Frankenstein setup is in play, where if we can accept back above all these dead bodies, then we can go higher. But I'm going to need to get above this +1 first. So just kind of waiting. I don't hear no bell setup. No. Okay. The Undertaker setup. Let's call it that. We'll call it the Undertaker. Everyone's had one of those Undertaker P&L days where you were out and then all of a sudden he's out of the coffin, ready to rip. You can, yeah, Chris, I gotta start working on my terms, This lore is not going to make itself, dude. I have used that GIF a lot for Tintin. GIF or GIF? It's GIF, isn't it? You guys cracking me up. It's good to be around. Yeah, I would like serve you up. I too would like that previous week high. The things that are making me not get too excited about that is I enjoy that we're accepting back up into this area, but like these are flat. Let's look at NQs to make sure. Yeah, this top band is not super excited to be here. It's kind of like it's got a case of the Mondays. It's doing this. So, and, pace is slow. Yeah, so I'm trying to have realistic expectations here. And the other thing to remember is that runners do not work in all market environments, but base hits do. So I'm keeping that in mind. It's important to protect profit and not try to force a day context onto a day that is not playing out like that. There you go. It's not, I mean, had 6 points on the table, just going to take it off. No big deal. If this wants to turn into a balanced day, I'm happy to buy down here. I'm happy to buy this again. All those things. It could keep going, but I don't like the way that the band is flattened out. And I don't like that all this selling is still being rewarded. Yep. Good enough for me. Gotta be happy with what you got, you know? Oh, shoot. Sorry. Oh, my gosh. Sorry. I suck. Oh, I'm a minute and 15 seconds overtime. My fault, guys. And I was not looking at the chat. My dudes need to go to lunch. Okay. So trade's over. My bad. I didn't realize it was noon. Come back this afternoon. I'm going to be trading the close with Nick for a tick. That's going to be cool. We're kind of switching up things a little bit. So I get to trade with Nick now on Mondays. Thank you for hanging, homies. Yep. Everybody enjoy their porch time. Let's go get a sandwich. Make sure that sandwich is not too expensive. I'll see you in a bit. All right. Thanks, chat.